Welcome to the Group Practice Boss Conference. Please take your seats. We'll get started in 1 minute. Welcome to the Group Practice Boss Conference. Please welcome Joe Sanok to the stage.
Good morning, everybody. How you doing? Just shout out. We don't need the mic running around. Like, what happened last night? Anything happened that was amazing? I'm so sorry for your evening. Oh my God, what the hell? Yes, what happened last night? They went to the beach. That was probably me. They went to the beach. Awesome. Which beach? Bryant, was that the Bryant Park Beach? Clinch Park? Clinch Park Beach. Awesome. What other cool things did you do last night? Little Fleet, yes. Seashelling, awesome. Yeah, mollusks, yeah, we'll call them seashells. Awesome. Well, welcome back. This is day 2 of the Group Practice Boss Conference. Hope you enjoyed yesterday, and our improv troupe, they afterwards were like, oh my gosh, that was so fun, and we just had so much fun on stage. You know, you never know when you have an audience who didn't come for improv, how they're going to respond. So I was happy that how it played out, so that was a lot of fun. So this morning, I'm going to just talk for a little bit, and then we're going to kick it off, same type of schedule, where we have the 20-minute talks, where we dig in together. Just a few reminders. Remember, we value connection over schedule. So if you're, again, having an awesome time with somebody, keep that conversation going. The amount of people that have come up to me and have said something along the lines of, this conference really is different. And your team has done an amazing job with all of the perfections. And we were just talking with the folks from Headway, and they were saying, oh my gosh, like every detail you've thought through. So I want our team to just raise their hands. They're not going to come up on stage because they would all have a stomach flip. But we have our team back here. I'm not sure if Jen's here too, but they did an amazing job with this. Yeah, so, let's do this first slide here. Do you think that everyone who needs mental health help gets help? You're like, hell no. No. So then why do we ever have a feeling of competition? If everyone that needs help doesn't get help, if everyone that got help, or everyone that needed help got help, then there would be a reason or an argument for competition because there's a limited supply. But if we all agree, which I think everyone here just did, that the people that need help aren't always getting it, that means we have more of a marketing problem, we have more of a referral problem, we have an awareness problem, we have a stigma problem. Those are the problems that we actually need to address. And so if any part of you has that old view of, oh man, I'm in competition with these other folks, I'm giving you permission to just leave that in this room today when you leave, or maybe sooner, hopefully. So I remember I had a consulting client out in California, and he had a mega practice. I mean, I think he had like 5 or 6 locations. He He had close to 100 clinicians. We worked on mostly how he could step back from the day-to-day so that he could enjoy his life, because he had built something that he didn't realize he was building. I was just talking to a couple different people who had near identical things where they launched practices in 2020, and then it blew up into these huge practices, and it's like, I didn't think I was building something that big, whoops. And like I'm excited about it. So sometimes you get to this mega practice level and you say to yourself, what have I created? This isn't the life that I want. So he had done that. We worked on those things. And then after we were done, another person from that town reached out and was talking about this mega practice that he was so intimidated by. And he's walking through it. And I said the name of the practice I'd worked with. And he's like, that's the one. And I said, can I just introduce you to the owner? Because like you're both super cool guys, and I think you'd actually get along. And when they met, they actually got along, and they both realized there's no competition here. The people that want to work with me as a consultant, they're going to want to work with me. If they want to work with someone outside of the practice, like that's a fit. There's no competition in the mental health space. And so today I want us to think about that, to really just say we don't have to worry about other practices, what they're doing. I don't have to worry about other conferences and what they're doing, because this is the style I want. I want you guys to hang out. I want you to get micro, quick 20-minute talks and then not feel like you're tired at the end of someone's talk. Instead, you're invigorated. So let's talk about just a couple ways for you to expand faster. So first, we have evaluating new markets. I remember when I had mental wellness counseling, and I was starting to meet with attorneys, and this came out of my very first hire, this guy, Steve. So he was an addiction treatment specialist. He was really good with just toxic family situations where you're like, I can't make up from down with what's going on. Even if you did a genogram, it'd be like, that still doesn't make it make sense. He was awesome with these toxic family situations. And there was a New Year's where our mayor in town got arrested for drunk driving. And Steve and I were talking about, we were going through an ideal client exercise because he wanted to expand into some new markets. And I said to him, well, like when you think about who you want to help in kind of the world around addictions, like what are you thinking? And he said, man, you know the mayor is not going to go to the courts to do his mandated like trainings that he has to go through for having a DUI. He's probably going to do the other option of seeing a therapist a certain number of times. Like the mayor is my ideal client, like that kind of person. So when we nailed that down, Steve started actively talking to attorneys that represented higher end people. And every single October and November, he would remind them that especially if people get DUIs over New Year's and Christmas, that he was there for them. And guess what? It worked. He started seeing more high-end clients. It was totally private pay. These people would make a poor decision, and then they'd reach out to Steve. They'd do a couple sessions. They'd go into court. They'll say, I already did my sessions that I need to. And they were on a better path because of it. It wasn't just a marketing thing. It was that we were actually helping people. So as we talked to these attorneys, though, we heard over and over that custody evaluations were just impossible, that so many folks would need to go down to Grand Rapids, which is 2 hours south, bring their kids and the co-parent, and it's just this big kind of messy situation. So my next hire was to find someone that could help with those assessments, to then go back to those attorneys I had networked with and say, hey, I heard you and I hired someone that can do these. In that process, to be transparent, it was a bit of a failure, though. That person was awesome at it. She was a master's level psychologist, and they mostly were looking for doctoral levels. And so I had hired someone in that situation that wasn't as marketable as I thought. Now, Nicole has rehired that person and seems to be rocking it out and doing better marketing. So sometimes you just don't nail it the first time. But looking at those new markets, so a couple things that you can do is just have your admin staff and the people that are looking at your analytics look at what is being asked that you can't serve. So your people might not be full, but are you getting a ton of questions for Saturday morning? Or like Thursday nights after 7? Like, we don't have anyone working here. But maybe there's people that you could hire part-time that can fill just a time spot. Are there niches that are kind of spin-offs of what your team does? Say your team does mostly, marriage or couples work. There may be kids that are dealing with the frustration of that couple that you need a play therapist. So just starting to think about, can we have data actually drive some of this? Next, we can look at purchasing a practice. Purchasing a practice is something that we're seeing in our world as being a question that more and more people are asking questions about. This a couple years ago was something that folks would say, well, why would I buy a practice for $100,000 when I could put $100,000 into building a practice just as big? But then realizing you have a different starting point. You know, when mental wellness counseling, when Nicole bought that, you know, our SEO was #1 for all sorts of search terms. It was known in the community. There was infrastructure built. There were already people in that practice. So right now, I'm actually working with 2 practices. One really focuses on autism and is in a couple states, and another one is in like 30-plus states. And the 30-plus state person is ready to be done. They're ready to retire. They just, you know, want to be able to promote autism work. But as said, the actual practice and running of a practice, I'm just ready to be done. And that's a match right there, where this one person wants to expand into several states and literally overnight will go from serving a handful of states to most of the nation. And we have a person that wants to help that handoff. And so the idea of purchasing a practice has been something we've been playing matchmaker with Practice the Practice. So that may be something that purchasing a practice. You know, Dan's going to talk later about how you can position yourself for a sale later in the life of your practice. Next, we can look at opening extra locations in other states, either physical locations or telehealth. I'm going to be talking a little bit about Michigan today. One thing that we're doing is we're partnering with the United Way. You maybe saw their logo on things, and you're like, why is the United Way part of this? They recognize that Michigan has a mental health crisis, that we don't have enough therapists for the need, probably like most of your states. I'm just going to focus on my state, though, my corner. And so we're partnering with the United Way to go after grants that are usually only available to nonprofits so that we can try to give more and more access to therapists that are investing in Michigan through our programs, through our consulting, through conferences like this. And part of that is to just tell you about Michigan and to be able to have data when we go after grants to say, hey, we brought in 90 or so therapists to Northern Michigan, had an awesome conference, but we hope that they say, oh, I never would have thought about expanding into Michigan, but I learned a few things, so I'm going to pitch you on that in a minute. And then last, be in community. How many people here are in our membership community or have done consulting with one of us to be in community? A ton of you. Being in community is one of those things that it just helps you get to a different level. You know, I even think about folks that have come to Next Level Living Room, something I've hosted at my house. The 2 of you met there. Mega 7 practice owners, both of you speakers. And so like going to things like this, but then following up afterwards to whether that's being in our membership community or it's just saying, hey, can I get your number? I really liked talking. I didn't get to go as deep as I wanted to with you. Can we get a virtual cup of coffee when you're back in Vermont and I'm back in Cincinnati? So being in community in some way, shape, or form will take you to that next level. So this is something that we talk a lot about in our membership community. So it's our sustainable group practice repeatable process. So it's really, really simple. So step 1 is deciding on the need for a niche, a time, or other trends. What are you seeing in regards to people that are reaching out, in regards to people that are saying, I want to come? You know, even just saying, like, when are people trying to schedule? You know, yesterday, 7 p.m. and later. You think about, can someone schedule on your website and the time it takes their partner to brush their teeth? Like, that's just a task you could do is like, I'm going to go to my website on my phone, pretend that I'm pissed off at my partner and see if in the minute and a half they brush their teeth, if I could get scheduled. If they can't, you are missing an opportunity. Think about how many people put their kids to bed, they're pissed off at their kids' behavior, and they're like, and then they have like a minute to schedule that counseling appointment to then move on to unloading the dishwasher, making kids lunches, watching Netflix, having a glass of wine, all the things that go into an evening. So what trends are we seeing? What niches? What time of day do people want to come or time of the week? Are we also seeing certain bubbles throughout the year? So having that data where we can actually say, yeah, for our practice this year, it seems like the last few years, summer's been slower. So maybe we put more time into the operations over the summer, or we put more money into marketing in March and April to lead up. So we say, next year, let's try to make summer not be like that. Step 2, we want to start creating a wait list for scheduling a new clinician. Even before you're hiring, to have that wait list going, to say, we're in the hiring process right now, we're seeing trends around the weekends, we don't have a clinician for you right now, we'd love to put you on that wait list. We don't want to wait list because people are full. When you're 60% full as a practice, that's when you want to be hiring. 60% is the number we use across the board because if you think about it, if you post today, how long is it going to take to get those applications and weed through them? At least 2 weeks minimum. You then make an offer. How long is it going to be before they join you? 2 to 4 weeks, even if they're coming only on as part-time. And so we're looking at 6 to 8 weeks from the moment you decide till they come in. From 60% 8 weeks ago, you're probably going to be at 80, 90, 100%. You're going to miss out on that money on the table. So we want to create a wait list for that new clinician. Then we want to post and hire that clinician. Self-explanatory. Then we're onboarding that person. We want to make sure that we always have 2 commas after EHR. And that's something that I love doing. 2 commas, it just gives an extra pause, like a good poetry slam. So we're going to onboard that person. And, if you're newer, keep track of this. I remember it was probably Nicole when I hired her. I forgot to get her a key. And it was like, why isn't that on my onboarding checklist? Like, get a key for new people to get into the office. You're not going to always remember that. And then if you're handing it off to someone else to take over, the more you can have every single step. Give them a page on the website. If they're W-2s, give them Psychology Today. Add all those things to your checklist. Get that good quality headshots. One thing around headshots is it's pretty smart to not have it always be in the same spot. Have it kind of feel similar photographer. If it's all the same spot, if you move offices, all your new people will be super clear that they're new and it'll look different. Versus if you just kind of have it be throughout your office, similar color scheme, it's easy to swap things out and not have to retake everyone's headshots. And then the last one, ideally, we want that person to have 1 to 3 intakes on day 1, if not more. We want to have that wait list where we say, hey, we're scheduling. So say we start today and we start working on this in early May. We might say, yeah, we have a new person coming on the weekends, July 1st. We maybe haven't even hired that person, but we're saying, I'm confident that in 8 weeks, I can find someone to work on the weekends. And so we may start getting people scheduled out and just say, yeah, we have a new person coming on. We're scheduling into July, unfortunately. I know you're ready to go. If that changes, we'll move you up sooner. And then that 60% full repeatable process. So we know there's a growing mental health crisis in the U.S. We know 1 in 5 adults experience mental illness each year. 1 in 6 youth have experienced a mental health disorder each year. 1 in 25 adults experience serious mental health issues. If we look at the global cost of mental health, 16 trillion, 210 billion in lost workplace productivity due to mental health. Treatment gaps, we see huge treatment gaps for people and geographical disparities. Are you ready to expand? Stop searching. Last summer when we took our family photos, so every summer we take photos with the same lady who I just love her style. I was like, I just saw these bushes and I'm like, I don't know when I'm gonna use this, but I'm gonna use it. And as I was putting this together, I was so excited to use this photo. Like way too excited. And and the fact that you laughed at it just perpetuates the dumb photos I'm gonna take in the future. So there's a recent study that the Northwest Community Health Innovation Region's Behavioral Health Initiative did. And they found that 76% of Northern Michigan adults said that getting mental health help was not easy. And so even just thinking about how hard is it, and this is probably true in your community too. Like this is probably not unique just to Michigan. But surveyed residents and healthcare professionals said that mental health access is a top concern of Michigan. So as we look at Michigan, there's 5 different areas that are just worth considering. So streamlined licensing. Licensing in every state is a big, can my people even get licensed here? They've made it more accessible compared to other states, and have also simplified the licensing process for out-of-state professionals to make it easier for folks. As well, competitive reimbursement rates, it's about in the middle for the country, in some plans a little bit higher. So just being able to compare even Medicare reimbursement being above $100, like I remember when I took Medicaid, I would have been shocked to get $100. 2024, we were ranked number 9 on CNBC's top states for business. Our governor has done so many things to expand and to build into the state of Michigan. My aunt is the Secretary of Agriculture, and just to see what they're doing to spotlight businesses in the agriculture world, whether that's wineries or getting people to different parts of the state that have agriculture, and they're doing a lot to just grow. In regards to business climate rankings, we're one of the top states for business climates as well. And there's lots of support from the state for small businesses. So they have consultants that can work with you and help you continue to grow. There's also a growing demand. This is true in your community too. Every state has a growing demand for mental health. But probably the most important reason is we're here. You could hang out with us more. So just consider Michigan. We've got a lot of great lakes, a lot of great food, and we need good quality therapists. And so I would love for you, if you have questions about what it's like to have therapy in Michigan, or if you are a therapist in Michigan that already has a group practice, let's talk about expanding. Let's get some of these things that maybe you didn't know the state was doing to get more therapists serving the people of Michigan. Up next, we have Wendy. I'm so excited for Wendy to talk about going from chaos to clarity and how streamlining your admin workflows is going to work. Wendy, welcome to the stage.
Let me get situated, because I am sitting. Too old for heels. This has been an incredible gift to be able to be here with all of you, a room full of people who really understand the complexity that this work takes and the courage that this work takes in terms of expanding into group practice and being a business owner. I know what it's like to build things brick by brick, all of a sudden to realize that it's on shaky ground, right? And I want to share my story with you in hopes that you can take something away that will help you on your journey, regardless of where you are in that process. So, 2007, I took a leap, and I was scared shitless. Right? But I was also exhilarated. I left agency work and I started into solo private practice. And my mentor, Kathleen, invited me to join her, where I was able to share expenses, share office space with other therapists who had also fled agency life. And it was really exciting. And I can remember holding the keys in my hand and standing in that office space and really just looking around at it and thinking, this is mine. I'm escaping the mounds of paperwork that I was doing in agency work and the productivity quotas that just seemed unrealistic for me to be able to achieve. And this is something I could align my values with. And I felt this sense of freedom. When I started decorating the office, we've all done that, right? Picked out furniture for our office, figuring out like the soft, comfy gray chairs that were going to fill my space, a simple, streamlined desk, the artwork that breathes life into that space, and just feeling that deep, deep sense in my chest, like, this is mine, and I can align with what's really important to me. And so I'm a kayaker, love to kayak. And so that feeling equates to when I'm floating down the Allegheny River in Pennsylvania on a beautiful sunny day, calm, peaceful river, sun shining on your face, birds singing, and then 2020 happened. And all of a sudden, it was like Niagara Falls, and I was up a creek without a paddle. Overnight, our whole world's changed, right? All of a sudden, the safety of our offices, the place that was a sacred place of healing that we were working with people on, was gone and ripped out from under us. Zoom became our offices. I can remember fumbling with the technology that had felt like such a convenience to be able to connect to people, but now I'm suddenly fumbling with trying to do DoxyMe, and things would freeze, and calls would drop mid-sentence, and just that disconnect. And all of our conversations with our clients, our conversations with our families were filled with grief and fear and anxiety, and it was just absolutely overwhelming, right? So the colleagues that I had built my practice with had started to pivot. My mentor, who's about 10 years older than me, said, "I'm gonna retire, Wendy." So I'm positioning myself. I'm gonna have grandbabies. I wanna spend time with them. And people just started to decide to go different ways in an attempt to try to make some sanity out of this really chaotic situation that we were living in. And I knew I had probably another 10 years. Now, this was 5 years ago, right? So hopefully I only have 5 more years of this. But I knew I had another 10 years in me to do this. And so I kept going. And the thing was, my phone kept ringing, and I was starting to just burn and fry. And my husband looked at me and said, "Maybe it's time you think about building something bigger. Why don't you think about doing group practice? You're not scalable, so think about doing a group practice." And by June of 2020, I had hired my first 3 therapists. And I thought, okay, this is gonna get a little bit easier. Yeah. Right, exactly, that chuckle, that's right? Conveniently, my husband, John, is a software engineer, and that was very helpful to me through all of this. But he could see all of this, and he was amazed at how archaic and manualized behavioral health is. I mean, healthcare in general, but behavioral health especially, right? So he would be shaking his head going, "What is going on here? I don't understand." Whoops. We're missing a slide. All right, we're going back, and we're gonna skip that slide that's not there. So that's right. So, the turning point for me was I hired those 3 therapists. I then hired 8 therapists, and then I had 10, and then I had 15. And again, I was feeling like I have a tribe. We can do this together. And the problem was that the phone calls kept coming. Our caseloads kept building. The administrative chaos, the amount of administrative energy to keep it all going just was burying me, absolutely burying me. And John looked at me over dinner, and he said, "There's got to be a better way here." So in full transparency, my husband, his culinary skills are basically backyard barbecuing and head chef of Takeout Nation. John's good at that. During the pandemic and during lockdown, we started to order those Blue Apron kits, right? Give a man a Blue Apron kit, and he can channel his inner Gordon Ramsay. So the beautiful thing was he took over cooking for me, right? Because I was down in the basement office working my butt off. And so every night I would come upstairs and he would give me a glass of wine. That was also a coping mechanism through COVID for a lot of us, right? And he would ask me a lot of questions. So over those meal kits and bottles of wine, he would want to know, like, help me understand, what happens when a client reaches out between that and when they're sitting in a seat talking to a therapist? How are you credentialing these clinicians? Because I'm insurance-based. And, so it's trade-offs with all that, right? What happens when your claims aren't paying? How are you tracking those, right? Our EHR does a lot in terms of giving us that information, but how many of you are tracking things with a million spreadsheets, right? We're all doing that, yeah. And my spreadsheets kept multiplying like rabbits. And the sticky notes I was using just as visuals to try to remind myself not to drop the ball and forget things littered my desk. And, John, being a software engineer, as we would have these meals, he started to pull out a notebook and he started sketching out the workflows, just asking me questions. When this happens, what happens next? What happens next? What happens next? And over those months, we started to really identify all of the workflows and try to get operational clarity. That is what we needed. And, I, again, was feeling like a failure as a group practice leader. I mean, I was in crisis mode and feeling like, what fire am I gonna have to deal with next, today? My weekends and my weekdays all blurred into each other because I was working 14-hour days and answering emails all hours of the day, right? And trying to be there to support my therapists as they're onboarding and trying to figure out all of this and dealing with their life and their grief and their changes. It was overwhelming. And I was reacting and I was firefighting. I'm curious how many of you feel like through that, and even now, like you're firefighting, right? It just feels like that all the time. What we realized was we were not scalable. And so we decided to build a software solution. And part of that came from me being in a mastermind group with my coworkers. That was a way I was trying to stay connected to my tribe when we were in the pandemic. And when I talked to them, they were having the exact same issues that I was having. So all of the chaos, trying to toggle the systems together, trying just to manage it all, and all of us exhausted and fried, right? And so in those systems that we toggled together, we just knew that also wasn't scalable. And in sharing this software that John started to help me build, I shared some of my colleagues, some of them are here, and they said, we want this. We really want this. We didn't set out to build software. It really was just to help me manage my sanity and for John to get me back as a spouse, right? So, I thought it was just disorganization, but it's a deeper thing. It really is the operational clarity that we're all struggling to get within behavioral health. And here's a fact that still stings. 82% of small businesses fail because of cash flow issues. Not because they didn't care, not because their mission isn't great, not that they didn't work their butts off, right? It was because they didn't have clarity. They couldn't see what they couldn't see. And lots of times that's happened to us. I've talked with many clinicians who've sold their practice, who couldn't wait to get out, who decided to shut it down because they just felt overwhelmed by it. And that kind of statistic, we're not immune from it. We're not immune from it. And that cash flow problem can sneak up on us before we even know it. And then all of a sudden, you can be bleeding out. Think about the Change Healthcare. How many people take insurance here? Okay, Change Healthcare, did that not kick us into crisis, right? We're trying to figure out, are we gonna be able to pay people? Am I gonna be able to pay my rent? What are we going to do? I mean, we kicked into full firefighter mode in that. And honestly, we are really just one cyber attack, one system failure from it all falling apart. And that's scary. That's really scary. I know I was flying blind. And when we made the commitment to really start to dig into our workflows and understand them, it was operational clarity that helped save my sanity, right? I could start to see where the bottlenecks were. I could start to see where claims were stuck. I could see where co-pays were missing or co-insurances, we weren't picking those up. And I started to be able to build some confidence back in myself that I could lead this. Right? Because firefighting really isn't a sustainable form of leadership. And this is what emerged from the chaos. This is what we call Admira and our software solution. And again, it doesn't have to be, you don't have to build a software to do this. There's plenty of ways to figure out how to commit to and get organizational clarity, because that's the real hero for us and the real salvation for us. So, you know, you can do this. You can build your operational clarity. This really wasn't born from a boardroom. It was born from our kitchen counter over late nights and just a sheer will and determination to not give up. It really isn't the tool that matters, but I want to share with you sort of what happened to us before and after. Before I had that clarity, I had that system really well defined. Clients were falling through the cracks. We didn't know whether or not somebody had reached out to them. Things were coming into our shared email box. Things would go on to and answering a voicemail, and keeping up with that was just crazy. So I didn't know where all my bottlenecks were, and I really needed visibility into this. And I was burning out, and so were some of my staff. They were also exhausted because they could feel my exhaustion, right? Once I had operational clarity, I knew exactly where every referral is. Every single referral comes through my workflow, whether it's a phone call, whether it's an email, whether it's a text. So I know where everything is at every stage of onboarding and walking a client through the referral process. So it gave me that clarity. We're able to tell clients exactly what their out-of-pocket payments are, and they can commit and know what's expected of them coming into treatment as well. We've streamlined that onboarding, and we're not dropping the balls like we were before. And honestly, our revenue increased. I know in the breakout group I was sharing yesterday that I really think this organizational clarity and putting this system in place is what helped my practice be able to break the 7-figure number as of 2024. And that was my first year doing that. And this was the big thing we were doing differently. It wasn't that we were doing more sessions, it was that we were capturing it better and keeping people engaged. And even better was I started to gain my sanity back. I got my evenings back. I got my weekends back. I could start to put some boundaries around things. And my husband got his wife back, which he was very thrilled to have, right? And I want to share a little story about something real in my practice. Once we got things working with the referral and clinician onboarding, we decided to take a deeper look into our cash flow and claims. And, you know, I started out as an accounting major in undergrad and very quickly realized that that is not my thing. Had a psychologist do some testing with me and said, you're a people person, you should be majoring in psychology. So numbers are not my gig. And looking at numbers and the finances feels incredibly overwhelming to me. But I felt like we could tackle this finally. We could start to unravel what's going on with our financial workflow. And as we dug into it, I mean, some things looked like it was going well. I could see claims were being submitted. I could see some of them were paying. I could see some of them sitting out there that said they were submitted, but the revenue wasn't coming in. And when we dug into it, the EHR we were using had submitted it to the clearinghouse, but it didn't make it from the clearinghouse to the insurance companies. And so it was slowly aging towards the 90-day timely filing, and we uncovered it as we were mapping that workflow out. And I was able to recover a little over $20,000 in revenue, which was huge. Using that to pay our staff, to invest into growth, to do some marketing, and it was invisible. I couldn't see it. It looked all good, but it wasn't. And we have to be able to have this operational clarity, be able to shine the light in the cracks to see what's working and what's not working, making it visible so we know. Because it's that false sense of hope and then that stomach drop of, oh shit, this is a problem, right? And if we hadn't caught it, we would have lost all of that. Our client engagement is up. We are able to quickly move a client from first point of contact into seeing a therapist, which has been amazing in terms of our engagement with them long term. And again, I have my time back. I'm able to spend time with friends, family, and my dog, which is really awesome. So what of your workflows is draining you? I'm curious. If you think about it, you probably know what it is. Maybe that thing that keeps you up at night, that thing that you're avoiding until you have to deal with it. When you think about it, you're like, no, I don't want to do it. So think about what one workflow is right now for you. Is it lost revenue? Is it client bottlenecks? Is it your burnout, your staff's burnout? What is it? And what could you commit to really thinking about shining light on that and getting visibility into it? It's not really about working harder or smarter or hustling more. I mean, people will try to convince us of that, right? It's really about seeing smarter. And again, I think there's a lot of different ways you can do it. I've talked with great people here who have different systems that they're using and it's working for them. But I've also talked to some of you that the system you're using, you still are flying blind and you're struggling with it because it's manualized. It's a struggle to do that. So just commit to one thing, start small, and be brave, and look at it. And talk about it, because the more you talk about it, the more you name it, it takes the scariness out of it. I was able to get operational clarity, and I know that you can too, because you deserve to have a practice that works for you, not one that is sucking your soul dry. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that was awesome. Yeah, knowing your numbers, understanding your workflows, looking at just what's not getting billed. So up next we have Jaime Mills, who's going to be talking about dynamic marketing to ensure your referrals never, ever slow down. So I can't wait to hear this. It's going to never slow down. I can't wait. Come on up here, Jaime.
Thank you. Well, that's a big ask. Uh-oh. We'll see about that. So I'm Jaime. I want to say thank you, Joe and his team, for having me and for putting this on. And I do want to give a shout out to Kate, my amazing office manager, who is either running copays right now or on hold with Blue Cross Blue Shield as she's listening. And I get to talk about marketing today, and it's something that I have really learned to love in private practice. So I really want to see what I'm working with today. So raise your hand if you would say that you love marketing your private practice, if that's just a part that gives you life. Okay. Mostly, a few handful, maybe under 5. Okay, so cool. I got a lot to work with today. I got a lot of work to do, too. Okay, so this is how most people feel when it comes to marketing. Most of the therapists that I've worked with and the practices I've worked with, it's the thing that they dread. And with the industry how it is, in my opinion, it's the most essential part of a private practice, but it's right now the most neglected. And I see that because either therapists feel like they don't have time, or it seems like such an overwhelming task where they don't know how much time it's going to cost, they don't know how much money it's going to be, that they just tend to overlook it and procrastinate and never start. So I'm here to change that a little bit. And I want to tell you a little bit about me. There's my team in the corner, my cat in the other corner. He's entered the therapy room a little bit, so yes, I write off all of his whole lifestyle, basically. Don't come after me, because I'm going to keep doing it. I graduated from Wayne State in 2019, opened a solo practice in February of 22, and by June of 22, I had my first 2 part-time hires, and now 3 years later, we have 2 locations, looking for a third, 25 clinicians, so we hit our 25th after I made the slides, and they have consistently full caseloads, and most of them are full-time. And I have 1 remote therapist, 1 virtual only, and she's also full. And that's on a marketing budget of less than $200 a month. I averaged out kind of what I spent the last couple years, $200, and our practice is on track to hitting multiple 7 figures this year. So I want to show you that you can do a lot of your marketing, and it doesn't have to be something you dread. I really want to make it simple, affordable, and attractive for therapists. And before we go any further, so this is marketing Jamie who's going to be talking to you today, but therapist Jamie just wants to remind you that, being here, even myself, it's easy to hear people's stories, size myself up with other practices. I'm not doing enough because someone has more therapists than me. That's just how my brain works. But it's easy to get in that, but I do want to remind you that what you have and what your practice has, you have something special to offer the world that no one else can. So whether you have 100 therapists or whether you are solo practice, somebody needs you. And I truly believe that marketing is something that is going to help the people who need you find you more easily. So to me, it's kind of, if you have that belief in yourself, it's going to be really easy to market. If you go into marketing with fear and self-doubt, people can sense that energy. Therapists aren't the only people who can sense that anxiety and nervousness when you're marketing. So marketing your practice does not have to break the bank, doesn't have to take an extreme amount of time. I probably spend 4 to 6 hours a month marketing. And you can do it in bits and pieces. It doesn't have to be this super 6-month strategy that you have to follow exactly. Because the reality is clients have way more options. And Joe talked about not being competitive, and that's true. But it's also true that there's more options for clients, the market's more saturated, so how can you stand out? And how can you use those other practices to your benefit and not view them as competition? Big corporations are capitalizing on mental behavioral health, not gonna mention any names. Doctors and hospitals, I've gone out and marketed, and a lot of doctors are offering in-house therapy now. So I went to a pediatrician, and they said, oh, we might refer to you, but we just hired 2 therapists. So we have to get a little bit more creative about how we're going to stand out for the longevity of our practice. It's not an option anymore if you want long-term success. And if you have tons of referrals now, that's great. Some of these strategies I'm talking about can still be implemented to really sustain your practice and prepare for those referrals in 5 years, even if you have enough now. So the 3 areas of focus I'll be talking about is building your network with intention, making Google happy, and quick and easy website tips. I want to go over the who, what, when, and how. And I don't know how the why got reformatted, but whatever. The who. So I want you to think, where are my potential clients at? Who are they talking to? Who's giving them referrals for mental health services? Doctors, other providers, schools, it could be churches, like Joe mentioned, it could be attorneys, dentists, funerals. The list really goes on, and you have to think personally, where are my potential clients at? For the sake of, I want to talk about doctors, I focus on primary care, OB, pediatrician, and psychiatrists and other psychologists. And the what? If you go in and bring a business card and say, hi, I'm Jamie, can you send me people? And they never see you again and you give them a business card, I wouldn't expect to get anything out of that. So there is a strategy and an art to actually making those stops, and I want to give you a little bit of information about that. You really want to bring different marketing materials, and my rule of thumb is, what can I bring that they will see over and over again, right? They're not looking at a business card over and over again. They're going to be using a pen, notepads. You know, I saw someone had a thing of mints, right? Anything that will be usable that they will see. And you never want to go without a treat. These people do not owe you their time. They are not like therapists. They will give you the resting bee face. They will not even respond. They'll shut you out. They'll tell you they're busy. They're not all happy-go-lucky like we are. So you have to convince them that they should give you 10 seconds of their time. And it only takes 10 to 30 seconds where they're either shutting you in, or they're shutting you out, or they're giving you any time. So what I like to do, and I'll show you a couple examples in a moment, is anytime you go in, you want to bring a treat or candy. I like Lindor truffles because I have a circle logo. I'll put it on the middle. I brought poppy drinks. I brought Tim Hortons. I brought just anything you can think of. There aren't many rules to this, and I think this is a good opportunity for therapists to get creative. The only rule I would say is make it store-bought. Don't bring homemade cookies to a stranger. They're probably not going to eat them, and they're not going to keep seeing them. You want something that you can stick your logo on. Bringing treats, and also if you get a referral from them, give them a thank you card. Bring them a little thank you gift, make it look nice. It gives you a reason to go back. Because sometimes when I go in for the first time, I'm like, what do I say? I don't really have a reason to go. But as soon as you get a referral, okay, well now I'm gonna go say thank you and make another point of contact. There's been times that I went in, I said thank you for the referrals, and they hadn't sent me anyone yet. Whatever. I'm speaking into the future, I'm manifesting it. So a thank you card, a gift. When do you wanna go? I typically recommend, well, research shows that no one's gonna remember you until 3 points of contact. So what I recommend, especially for busy therapists, is go once a month for 3 months, and then go quarterly. I was telling Sam, who I came here with, I had an office manager text me yesterday and say, hey, can you come bring in more script pads? The doctors want to send more, and we ran out. And I had visited them, it was after that third time in the third month, that now I'm going in, and she's like, oh, the doctor was just asking about you. So those multiple times, really just showing your face and showing them, hey, I'm not just trying to get something from you, I'm bringing something to you, and that starts with that first initial treat or something that they would like to get at the office. And then after that, it's kind of, I call it a quarterly blitz. So Halloween, I did a Halloween-themed distribution drop-offs for the doctors that I chose, and then I'll show you a couple that I did. But those are really helpful because then you can pick a couple of doctors, and I don't recommend picking 10 to 20 doctors that you go drop off stuff once. Pick 1 to 3. I know a lot of you are so busy. Pick one. Go in once a month. It doesn't have to be exactly at the 30, 31 days. It could be 2 weeks, 4 weeks. We're therapists. We're more abstract. This is a strategy, but it can still be abstract in what works with your time. And how? Like I said, you want to provide something of value. So what can I do for this person versus what I want them to do for me? For example, I've researched psychiatrists, and I've gone in, and this is the one who texted me yesterday, and I said, hey, I'm a local psychotherapy clinic. We don't offer psychiatry. I looked on your website. You guys have amazing reviews. I'm looking for a psychiatrist to refer to who I can trust. I'm the owner. I want to send my clients somewhere that I can trust for med management. Within a couple weeks, we're getting referrals from them because they asked about, oh, do you do DBT? Do you do EMDR? We don't do psychotherapy, so we'd love to also refer to psychotherapy. It's not rocket science, but it takes effort, and it takes creativity and intention. Here's an example of a flyer that I made on Canva, and I highlighted 4 different therapists that have openings in my practice. And I made a notepad, and then that's my thank you card that I'll send, and I'll write my cell and sign my name and make it really custom. Here's my spring marketing blitz where I bought probably $100 worth of Girl Scout cookies, put our sticker on them, put them in a cute bag, notepad, pen, and then that was another time that I filled up, I think that was the summer or something, where I put our nice bags, logos, things like that. And that matters to people. When these office managers are stuck in a stressful job 9 to 5, people light up at a candy bar. I had someone, this older, I don't know if I should say this, but she was older and she's like, I love dark chocolate. It's better than sex. And I haven't had sex in 30 years. It made her day that I brought her chocolate. And to me, that matters in building those relationships. Okay, I want to talk about making Google happy. And when I talk about Google, what I'm talking about is Google business page. Now, raise your hand if you have a Google business page. Most people, I figured. I actually looked at some of your Google pages, and you're not doing everything you can. I'm sorry. So I'm going to show you other things that you can do. Let's see, I did skip. It's currently one of the top places that clients are looking for a therapist. Now, if that changes, we'll have to adapt, right? But this is where we're at now in the industry. Currently the top. I have searched hundreds of therapy businesses on Google, and most aren't optimizing this tool. It's free. If you don't have one, I don't have time to go over how to make one, but it's pretty simple, and if you want, you can connect with me. I'll help you create one today. So what can you do to build rapport with Google? Well, I use the word rapport because that is a skill that us therapists, that's the #1 skill we're supposed to have. So I want you to, for one, treat Google like a friend that you're getting to know or a client that you're getting to know. If you're on there one time and create it, what happens if you only see a client one time or if you only get coffee with a friend one time? You're not truly going to get to know that person to be able to want to refer and rank them to other people that you know. And really treat Google like a social media page. To me, I'm on Google more than I'm on Instagram, more than I'm on Facebook. Instagram and Facebook don't have those search platform like Google does. And Google has so many features that you can post every day, every other day, monthly, and really increase your rankings and stand out with the other people, against other people in your area. And here's how you can do that. Add new pictures monthly, weekly, daily. Add a new picture when you're waiting at your dentist. Add a new picture while you're sitting here if you're bored of what I'm saying already. Me and Sam were adding pictures to our Pinterest business profiles while we were waiting for this to start. So there are little things you can do over time that snowball and really add up to market and promote your practice and to get seen by the people who need you. You can add daily or weekly updates, a text, an image. It's honestly like any other social media right now. Filling out services and products page are super important. You want to do that to completion, similar to Psychology Today that gives you prompts. There are areas in the Google business that you can go out and search. I've even asked myself Q&As on my Google profile because we wanted to increase our telehealth referrals. So I went into my Google business page, asked my own question to my own business and said, do you offer virtual therapy? And I said, yes, we do offer virtual therapy in Farmington Hills and Trenton, Michigan, because all those keywords are going to add up to help you rank. And if you think that's slimy, I don't know, maybe someone wants to know about virtual therapy and they see that question there and they don't have to ask it themselves and wait for an answer. So to me, it's just more information that you're putting out there. And I want you to think of AMCAP, as much content as possible. The more that Google sees about your business, the more it's going to get to know you and the higher it's going to rank you. Just like I'm going to rank one of my friend therapists or refer one of my friend therapists to someone before I refer some stranger who, sent me a flyer in the mail because I don't know them personally. So help Google get to know you personally. And these should not be one-time actions. And yes, I know the B is missing. Like I said, this needs to be done over and over again when you can, but it needs to be done. This is the bread and butter. So if you click on your Google business page, you'll see these buttons where you can edit profile, photos, performance, products, services. How many of you are kind of familiar with this? Okay, So make sure you can go into services, and there's so many spots that you can add. You can even add products. I say, psychotherapy, couples therapy, kids therapy. You can add it as a product just to have any more content. If you offer an ebook or EMDR or a course, you can add all those as separate products that people can see on your Google business page. So the analytics, I go on business manager performance. They kind of make it difficult to see, but if you scroll all the way down, you can see what people are searching to find you, and you can start incorporating those keywords into your social media post, your website, recycle it back into your Google page. Here's what mine looks like. So Google business page, we link our Instagram to our Google page. It doesn't post automatically, but I have my office admin screenshot our Instagram post and then repost them on our Google page, and we do that twice a week. You want to show Google that you are active and open for business, okay? I'm sure you feel that way when you look at businesses that you're finding for yourself, where just the more attractive they are online and their Google page, the more likely you are to choose them. And social media, so we are active on social media, but I wasn't always active. If you don't have time to do all of that, I recommend creating a social media account anyway for each platform. The only one I don't have is TikTok because I don't like TikTok. But I have LinkedIn, Instagram, YouTube, X, Pinterest. We've posted, but just to have those icons and widgets on your Google profile is going to tell Google that you have a more vast online presence. And a lot of times you can auto-connect all of those platforms to post the same thing. If you have someone who can help with tech and if you post once every 6 months, you could have them auto-post on all those platforms. So that's very important to have that on your profile. All right, I want to go over some website tips. How am I doing on time? 45, 10 minutes? Okay. So I wasn't sure how many of these I would be able to go over, but let me pick a few of my favorites. Now, this is different if you do your website yourself versus if you have someone do your website where you don't really have access to it. So this is more catered to people who do their website, or if you can work with someone who does your website to go over a couple of these things. One of my favorites is original images versus stock images. If Google crawls all these websites and 19 therapy pages have all the same stock photo, but you have an original photo of your office on your homepage, that's in your favor for Google. You want to be Google's favorite. We are brown-nosing to Google as much as we can so they can refer us to the general public for the services, of course, that we want to provide. And so how I do that is we've taken pictures of the offices and we posted them on the website. I take pictures of, an outfit or coffee on the table, and anything that you can do, therapist headshots, pictures of the inside of the building, outside of the building, posting those on your website. Okay, listing your social media accounts on there. Deleting zombie pages is a big thing on your website, because if you have old, outdated pages, that's gonna be a strike against you for Google. So if you haven't redone your website in a while, kind of do a spring cleaning. Make sure that there's not outdated therapist bios on there. It's vibrant, it's fresh. There's not old information. There's not a picture of you from 5 years ago that doesn't look like you anymore. Just continually purging, and that can take if you dedicate 20 minutes a week, okay, let me just go in and maybe delete a page or add a page with content, add a specialty page. And I guess the last one I'll go over is embedding maps. Again, Google has already verified you as a trusted business. If you embed their map into your website, it's just another way of showing Google that, hey, I'm genuine, I'm valuable, I'm trustworthy, and that's really the goal. So if your website is made from solely AI content, it really is working against you. You want to go through and make it sound human and genuine, because Google is going to like that better than fancy therapy speak from ChatGPT. And of course, simple, modern, easy. The little T got away here. And really quick, the vulnerability piece, us therapists, we're so used to being on the other side of the couch that we're not really forced to be vulnerable, right? We're always helping other people be vulnerable. So marketing to me is one of those things where I want therapists to embrace that vulnerability and embrace doing something new and putting yourself out there. And use your therapist skills. Use rapport building. You guys already have what it takes to do all of these things that I said, especially making those connections. So think of the skills you already have and how you can implement that into networking and even your social media. And then, of course, my favorite one that got messed up is effort. These things don't happen unless you do them. So let's get to it, right? Let's do something new. And that's what I want to challenge you with today. What is one belief or mindset that has held you back from marketing with more tenacity? And what is one new marketing step that you can commit to trying right now without the burden of trying to do everything at once that I just said? Okay? Because the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. So let's do it. Thank you.
Great job. All right, we're going to do a little survey right now as to whether something on the stage has been annoying you. Has anyone been annoyed by, and I put these up, my team is not to blame, that these two are not on the wings? I was just in the back and like, why did I set that up that way? It's not balanced. So now I'm going to move it. Those that didn't notice this, you're going to take a deep breath and say, I had no idea why I fell off. But now Joe has fixed it for me. Does that feel better to anyone? I know. Yeah, the QR code, all of it. Well, we've had an awesome morning so far. There's areas I'm anal retentive and there's areas that I'm not. And I can't describe or categorize them. I'm sure Claire could do a better job of deciphering that for me. So we're gonna take a break. So we're gonna start back here at 10:55, and that's when Dan King is going to be talking about selling your practice. So make sure you're back in here. I want you to just take a little bit of time. I wanna do just some hands real quick. So those of you that are only private pay, I was talking to Christina yesterday, and she said, hey, I wanted to connect more with those private pay people. It was so fast. So during breaks or lunch, would love for you all to connect. If you're only private pay, please raise your hands right now. Look around. If you want to connect with those folks, see your people for this break. All right, and if you are a mega practice owner, so 7 figures or more, raise your hand. I know a lot of you met yesterday, but you may want to connect. And then everyone else connect with people that you haven't connected with. So we'll see you back here in 15 minutes. Oh, practice the practice staff. Come up to stage. We're going to do a picture. Andrew to the stage for a photo. Andrew to the stage for a photo. All right. Who's ready to sell their practice? All right, take a seat, please. Dan's going to kick off in just a second. All right. Clap once if you can hear me. Clap twice if you can hear me. Clap once if you can hear me. Matt, let's kill that music, please. Where you at? Shh. Yeah. Thank you, Will, for bailing Matt out again. All right. Cool. Thank you, Will. All right. You know, I wish that I had had a Dan King in my life a few years ago, 6 years ago. And Nicole wishes that I hadn't and was glad that I didn't, because I'm sure I could have negotiated way better, way differently than giving Nicole the deal that she got. So if past Joe or future Joe finds a time-traveling machine, we can go back in time to meet Dan King and screw over Nicole. But since that's not anything we can do, I give you the one, the only, Dan King. And you can take a full 20 minutes, so you can always start from me.
Perfect, okay. And Nicole, let's talk afterwards. I'm going to buy it from you. Yeah. So I want to take you back about a year ago. So I am in Toronto Airport. Okay, I'm Canadian originally, live in Miami, but Canadian originally. For my fellow Canadian in the audience, I know there's one. And picture me, I'm not the biggest person, carrying a 30 to 40 pound bag of cat food. Okay, this is like the biggest bag of cat food you've seen in your life. Why? Yeah, right? So I have a very good friend. She's a world-class healer, and she lives in Costa Rica. And she has 2 cats with ringworm. And she cannot get the best quality cat food into Costa Rica. There's like no way to do it. You can't, there's no Amazon, right? And so every 4 or 5 months, she gets this ginormous shipment of cat food into Costa Rica. And I'm visiting Toronto. Her mom happens to live there. And so she said, and I happen to be visiting Costa Rica after that. She finds this out, and she's like, you've got to smuggle the cat food in. And I said, well, listen, I'm not a cat food smuggler. I have no idea how to do that, but I'll do my best. So I'm trudging through Pearson Airport. It's one of the biggest airports in the world, with this 30 to 40 pound bag of cat food. And being on Team ADHD, I'm pretty disorganized. And so it turns out I didn't know there was a rule that you cannot check bags if you show up at the airport less than 2 hours in advance of an international flight, okay? So I show up about 2 hours in advance. I have paid to check my bags, my 2 normal bags. I have paid for an oversized bag, because this ginormous cat food bag, right? And apparently it was just 1 pound or 1 something too small to fit in the oversized category. And so they allowed me to check my 2 normal bags, but they did not allow me to check, even though I paid more, right? They didn't allow me to check the cat food. And this prompted this. I became super determined to get through security with the cat food. I was like, there's no way I'm not going to get to Costa Rica with the cat food. So I went to a different departure agent. He was like, nope, the rule is you can't do this. And then I went to the customer service desk, and they said, nope, you can go to Costa Rica, the cat food cannot, right? So I decided, you know what, screw the rules. I'm going to go through security with the cat food. So I got past the guy who was checking my ID, and I got to security, and I put it on the conveyor belt. And it was just too big to go through the conveyor belt. So they told me I could not bring the cat food in. But I was very insistent, politely, but I was insistent. And so I said, you know what, I'm going to open the cat food up so you can look inside. You'll see there's nothing problematic here. And then I'm just going to walk through with the cat food. And they debated it, and they were like, no. And I said, yes. So they brought in like the head of airport security, because I was so insistent. So this security guy comes out to talk to me, and I very politely explained the issue. And he said, listen, you can't go through with the cat food. And I said, well, there's got to be a way. And we connected. It turned out he really didn't like the rules too much either. And we were talking it through, and he said, you know, there's another departure agent. If you go to him, he might let you in with the cat food, maybe. So now we're about 45 minutes before this international flight, right? I go back to the departure area, and would you believe, I find this one departure agent, and he asks no questions at all. It's like the most normal thing in the world. He checks the cat food. I'm very much the last person on the flight. I get on there with 20 minutes to go, but the cat food is on. It's been checked. So finally, I land in Costa Rica, and there's a whole mess we don't need to go into, where in my, at the time, very broken Spanish a year ago, I somehow convinced the Costa Ricans to let the cat food in. What does all this have to do with selling a mental health practice, you wonder, right? So the thing about selling a mental health practice or any merger or acquisition is that there's going to be some chaos. There's going to be miscommunication. There's going to be rules that you didn't know existed. You're going to have, probably if you're a founder of a practice, you're going to have lawyers and accountants that are speaking a very different language than you've ever heard before. It's going to feel like gobbledygook to you. But if you find a buyer that is aligned, okay, this is super important. If you find one that wants the same things you want, they'll help you out. And I was lucky to find this head of security just turned out to be aligned with me and was sympathetic to the idea that the rules were kind of silly, okay? So if you find that aligned buyer, you can persevere through a lot of twists and turns. I'm gonna warn you, an acquisition it can be an emotionally challenging journey. There's lots of ups and downs. It's very intense. It's intense emotionally from the acquirer's perspective too. So there's gonna be ups and downs. And let me tell you, I was sweating bullets lugging that 40-pound bag of cat food through the airport. But in the end, I got it done, okay? And so can you if you want to sell a practice. So today's talk, here's how I'm going to organize it. I'm old school, so no slides other than this one. I'm going to start by introducing me and my company, Fireside Strategic. Then I'm going to go into the meat of the talk, which is going to be the three kind of high-level things you should do to position your practice to sell. Okay, I'm going to tell you what they are now. Number one is get aligned. Number two is get your financials in order. And then number three is going to be think through the three biggest operational or cultural mistakes you've made, and we'll talk a little bit about fixing them, okay? So those are the three high-level things I'm going to talk about, but let's start with me and the business, and then at the end, I'll tell you a bit about what we look for. I'll tell you a bit more about what we look for. When I go through these three things, you can think about them as table stakes, the things that if you do want to sell, you should probably do those things. But at the end, when I talk about our criteria, I'll tell you about some icing on the cake things, some things you can do to really stand out that will really get an acquirer interested, okay? So, Fireside is a social impact acquisition firm. I've had some people say, are you an exit planner? Are you a VC fund? We're none of those things. You know, a VC fund usually is buying tech companies, and they have a whole bunch of cash that they have to deploy in like 5 years, and they assume that, you know, they're gonna invest in 10 companies, 8 of them will fail, 1 of them will do okay, and 1 of them will produce such a ginormous return that the investors get a good return, okay? We're none of that. We're also not an exit planning firm. What we are is a social impact acquisition firm. So we're a boutique firm in that we're quite specialized just in outpatient mental health. We don't buy businesses in any other space. We have a team of clinicians as well as some finance professionals who are super, super smart. And we are funded by a family office as well as, that's like a wealthy family with a lot of money, as well as some other high net worth individuals. And all of those investors and individuals involved are all aligned. Okay, we all want the same thing, and that is to be culture-first investors. So in mental health, and you know, I think it works, you could argue that it works the same in other industries, but what we believe is that in the long term, there aren't trade-offs between people and profit. In the long term, those things fuel each other. And our head clinician is a man named Dr. Michael Goldberg, who built the largest independent practice in the history of Massachusetts to 25 million of revenue. And he did it with extremely high clinician satisfaction. And I can tell you that his clinician satisfaction was higher than if he had made 8 million of revenue or 5 million of revenue a year, okay? He was able to use the profit in order to fuel a culture where clinicians could really thrive. So that's at the core of what we do. The three values that really animate us are number one, you know, culture and profitability fuel each other. Our mission ultimately is to attract and retain clinicians in the mental health professions. We have such a shortage all across the country, and we need to remedy that. We're big believers in remedying that. Oh, I forgot my clock, so I have no idea how long I've got here, but we'll work with that. I'm good? How much time do I have? 11. Oh, God, I got to really quicken things up. Okay. So the 3 core values, very, very quickly, are number 1, culture and profitability fuel each other. Number 2, mental health is not just therapy. We're big believers in building comprehensive behavioral health practices. Therapy is wonderful. We love it. And it is much more effective if supplemented by and sometimes replaced by other modalities. So we're huge, huge believers in the importance of sleep, the importance of food, exercise. We're also big believers in ethical medication management, psychological testing, Spravato. All these modalities are hugely, hugely important in alleviating our mental health crisis, okay? And then number 3, we're big believers in abundance, not poverty. I think a lot of group practice founders, a lot of clinicians have been trained to not love money so much. And we work with some social workers who pay themselves $3 million a year. I love that. I love to see group practice founders and clinicians pay themselves well and do well. You can just do so much. I think Melissa the other day was getting at what you can do when you make more money. And so money and culture are not opposed. They fuel each other. My background, very, very briefly, is in 3 domains. It's in M&A law originally, then investing, and then organizational psychology and executive coaching. So I started at a very big M&A law firm. I went to the Shark Tank TV show to help one of the Shark Tank investors with the legal aspects of the deals on the show. And I kept seeing the companies that we invested in fail. They would grow initially because they went on air, and they would get exposure to a vast audience. But what would happen after that is they would need to hire, they would hire the wrong people, there would be all kinds of problems, okay? So ultimately I saw that we just didn't understand the people side of business, and I wanted to. And so I left law for a time, went back to school and studied that. Long story short, I wanted, after selling a company and failing at a number of them, I didn't want to build anything from scratch ever again. I wanted to use my skills in M&A, and I wanted to find a space where I felt a sense of mission as well as a business opportunity. And having had formative experiences in college with friends with mental health issues, this was the only space for me. So that's the basics on me and Fireside. Let's get into the meaty stuff. So number 1, alignment. Okay, this is the first and most important thing you need to do. You need to understand what you want. Why are you even speaking to an investor, right? Is it purely financial? Are there things that your business lacks, okay? Are there things that you want to improve about your business? Who do you want running your business, okay? What are the values that you have stood for and that you want an investor to stand for? You have to ask yourself these deep questions. Ask yourself where you are health-wise. Do you still have years left in the tank? Do you still want to be running this? Or are you totally exhausted? Do you need to take a break? Are you burned out, okay? How much potential do you think is still in your business? Do you think it's grown to the extent it can? Do you think you have the ability to unlock more growth? Do you think working with a partner you could unlock more growth? Okay, these are some of the key questions that you need to ask yourself. And so, our model is generally to partner with founders. So we don't buy 100%. Most of the time, people think about selling their business. The automatic assumption is, I'm selling 100% of it, and I'm leaving, right? That isn't necessarily the case. For our purposes, think about 2 types of transactions. Number 1, you sell 100% and you leave. Number 2, you sell a majority, but not all of it. So our model is to partner, okay? We call it a 2 bites at the apple model. And what that really means is, we buy a majority of the business, and so there's a substantial amount of cash up front, and you get to keep that. That isn't cash that is, for the most part, reinvested in the business to grow it, because we are blessed in mental health to have businesses that don't require that much money to grow them, okay? Requires woman power and manpower, but not all that much money. So we pay a substantial amount of cash up front. You get to keep that, so that our hope is de-risks things for you financially. But we work together. We bring all of our resources to the table, all of our expertise in culture, in renegotiating very aggressively with insurance companies, our expertise in adding services like psychological testing, like Spravato, okay, like TMS. We bring those resources to the table to grow the business to a place in roughly 4 or 5 years, let's say 4 to 6 years, where the business is worth much more than it is today. And if you want to come talk to me about the numbers of why that is the case, we can. Don't have time to cover it at the moment, but just trust me to say that if the business grows substantially, buyers of businesses value more profitable businesses much more highly, okay? So our goal is to do that. So the first bite of the apple is that initial cash up front, and then the second bite of the apple is when we resell the practice to a values-aligned buyer. We don't compromise on that. We don't want to sell to some ginormous insurance company. We don't want to sell to United, who, if you really care about people, they don't, right? They just don't. So it has to be a values-aligned buyer. So ask yourself, when you're thinking about, this alignment piece, what do you really want, okay? That's absolutely crucial. That's the most important thing. Know that you can sell 100% or you can do more of a partnership approach. Number 2, money, financials. What do we do here to get our financials in order? So there's 2 most important financial statements. Those are the P&L and the balance sheet, okay? So, and I'm going to spend more time on the P&L because that's more important. But, a balance sheet is a snapshot in time that shows the assets and the liabilities of your business. So if you have debt, that's going to tell us that, right? Balance sheet, easy. P&L, a little bit more complicated, okay? So with a P&L, generally what we're looking for are the last 3 years annual P&Ls. So right now that would be 22, 23, and 24. And then for 25, the current year, we would want monthlies, okay? And that helps us establish the business's run rate. It helps us understand what is the business on pace for. Because maybe 24 wasn't the best year in the world, but maybe you're kicking ass in 25. And if you show us that, it gives us more leverage to make you a more generous offer than we might otherwise. And it helps us understand the potential of the business. So in terms of the P&Ls, the most important numbers, there's all kinds of numbers on there, but for our purposes, I want to keep it really, really simple. The 3 most important numbers are number 1, revenue, okay, top line revenue. Number 2, SDE, that stands for seller's discretionary earnings. And then number 4, EBITDA, okay? And we'll get into this, you can Google it. It stands for earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. Don't worry about what all those words mean. Just know that it's a very businessy, fancy way to call profit, okay? That's what it is. But I'm going to explain the differences between SDE and profit and EBITDA in a moment. But suffice to say that top-line revenue, everyone understands what that is, right? That's your gross that you've earned. When we subtract from that revenue 2 things, your COGS, your cost of goods sold, and your operating expenses, we get our SDE, okay? Now, the cost of goods sold is expenses associated with selling what you sell. So if you run just a therapy practice, that could mean the cost of the therapists. Could mean that. Sometimes that's in operating expenses. Don't worry about it. But we subtract your COGS and we subtract your operating expenses. That's your rent. That's your technology. That's all that good stuff, okay? So when we subtract from top-line revenue, your COGS and your operating expenses, we get your SDE, your seller's discretionary earnings. You can think about this as the profit of the business before you pay yourself a wage, like a market salary, okay? So take the example of a business with a top-line revenue of $2 million, and let's say the COGS and the operating expenses together are $1.4 million. The SDE is $600,000, okay? But as a buyer, generally a buyer in our case that leaves you in place to run it, or even a buyer that would ask you to leave or you would decide to leave, someone needs to run the business, right? And we need to pay someone to run the business because they're not going to do it for free. So the EBITDA just is the SDE subtracting a market salary. So let's assume in this sample scenario with the 2 million revenue and the 1.4 of expenses, the 600 of SDE, let's say a market salary is going to be 150,000. That would then mean your EBITDA is 450. Is everyone clear on that? Perfect. So that number is important because that's the number on which most professional buyers are going to value your business. You will get a multiple of EBITDA, okay? And another time we can talk about how we determine what the multiple is, but there's a multiple of EBITDA. Just like when you're selling a house, the market values houses more at some times, less at other times. So here, there'll be a market multiple, and the only other changes we'll make to the EBITDA reflect add backs, okay? So if there are like one-time unusual expenses, we can talk about those, and we do what I call the add back dance, where we go back and forth and talk about what is a one-time unusual expense, what isn't, okay? And then we may increase the profitability by adding back things. And so that process is what we call normalizing EBITDA. And we come up with a normalized EBITDA to reflect what it'll be like after the transaction. And then that's the number on which you get paid, okay? So that's really the most important stuff that I'd say you need to know about the financials. That's the core stuff. Let's talk about crises. They come up all the time. They tend to come up in the middle of transactions. I don't know why this is, but as I say, it can be an emotionally challenging scenario where, and what was that light? Was that telling me about time? How much time do I have? 2 minutes? Great. So they come up all the time. You know, we'll be in the middle of a transaction, like 10 clinicians leave, and I swear they don't actually know there's a transaction happening, but they just leave, right? So crises come up all the time. What I would suggest you ask yourself is, what are the 3 biggest operational and cultural mistakes that I've made over the course of running this practice? And of those, which of them have implications that are still playing out? Which of those mistakes has cost me in a way that the business is experiencing today really significantly? And I would suggest you'd want to fix those. Hire a consultant if you're not sure, right? Get maybe a mastermind group together. Danielle, who I know is in the audience, she runs a free group, so you don't have to pay anything. And she is absolutely brilliant, and there she is, and has brilliant people with her there. So find resources, whether it's a specialized consultant or a group like Danielle's, and you'll get support. And the more of those that you fixed, obviously the more compelling your business will be to an acquirer, right? The more leverage you'll have to negotiate when you're with an acquirer, all that good stuff. So let me wrap with just a little bit more about what we look for. And I'm going to give you 2 or 3 quick icings on the cake that make you even more interesting to us. So we're focused on finding 2 more platform partners. So our mission is to buy 3 larger practices, and larger for us generally means north of $1 million of EBITDA, and do partnership deals with them, okay? And we're looking for 2 more, and we're looking for founders that are really aligned with our vision, right? That really share the values we have. That's super important. However, if you're not in that EBITDA range, I've been playing in my head at this conference with some interesting possibilities, and we still certainly want to support the ecosystem broadly. So we have, as you'll see over there, the Your Group Practice podcast. So we regularly interview both practice owners and other folks there. And we post lots of content on LinkedIn, have a pretty substantial audience of practice owners there. But beyond that, if you're, I'd say, between maybe 300 to 800 or so, if you're in that range, I think you might be well positioned to sell to one of your clinicians, okay? And so there's a way that clinicians can get financing to do that. Come and talk to me if that's at all interesting to you. So let me wrap it up with just a couple of things, a couple of little bits of icing on the cake, okay? So W-2s, that's one of the most important ones. There was a great presentation yesterday about W-2s. We're culture focused, so to us, there's a big mindset shift that goes from 1099 to W-2. We want to know that you're building something for the long term. Most acquirers, if they're ethical, will want the same as well. So W-2s, really, really important. And the one other thing I'll say is we want to know that when you show up to a meeting with us, you're human and warm, but you're also professional, okay? And we want to know that you communicate reliably. We spend a lot of time and effort, building a lot of infrastructure to be able to provide a very human experience to the people that we do transactions with, but it's also professional. And so how you show up in those conversations is super important. And I wish I had more time, but I want to wrap things up and just say, this is how you reach me, and it's such a pleasure and so exciting to be here with you guys. So thanks so much for listening.
Amazing job, Dan. Well, we are going to be doing our breakout sessions on different topics right now. And so let me just walk you through where people are going to be. So Dan is going to be staying in here. So Dan's going to be on this side of the room hosting a discussion on selling your practice, positioning yourself. Also in this room, we're going to have John talking employment law kind of on this side. So feel free to move the chairs, each of you facilitators, into circles or whatever makes sense. Just ask your team to put them back. So, and then up in the crow's nest, that's where Jane is leading a discussion on EHRs. So again, the crow's nest, you go out this door, just pull a U-turn onto the elevator, go up. You'll just follow the crowd. In the green room, which is through here, that's where Describe is going to be talking about AI and note-taking. Admira is going to be talking about streamlining. That's on the staircase outside over there, where Andrew was yesterday. And then we have practice solutions. Jeremy's going to be out in the lobby area. If the lobby doesn't have a ton of chairs, Jeremy, if you need more, let me know, and our team can help bring some of the chairs from in here out there. So any other announcements? Just want to let you know, 12:15 is when those wrap up, so that's when lunch is going to be here. So make your way there. Also, the private pay folks have asked to meet kind of on the far side of the lobby to eat lunch together. So if you're private pay and you want to connect with other private pay people, that's on the other side of the stairwell at lunch today. Are there any other groups that you guys want to form last minute of like, hey, I really want to have people that are into dogs or carry cat food through an airport, or any other lunch small groups that you guys are just dying to create on the spot? Yeah. Yeah. Why don't we for lunchtime at the bottom of the stairs, you guys kind of meet, and if there's not enough space there, you guys can figure out where you're going. So early stage group practice at lunchtime, meet at kind of the bottom of the staircase there to find each other who want to talk early stage group practice. Any other, yeah? Yeah. Headway lunch. So if you want to meet the Headway people, why don't you guys meet at the top of the stairs before you're walking down, and then you guys can decide if you're going to eat in here or out there. Yeah. Seven-figure and private pay. Okay, cool. Why don't we raise your hand, Elizabeth? Find Elizabeth if you're seven-figure and private pay and want to talk that. So yeah, in the back. Cool. Any testing psychologists that want to meet up with Karen? Yeah, so raise your hand if you're a testing psychologist. Yeah. Any other lunch requests? Sweet. Awesome. So find your place of where you want to go. If you're confused at all, find someone with a white name tag. They will direct you in the correct direction. Jen, do you have something I need to announce? Oh, just for help. All right. We will see you all soon. We're going to get started in 5 minutes, so please find your seat. Welcome back from lunch, everyone. Hope you had an amazing lunch. You know, I'm so excited in just a second to invite Ellen to the stage, looking ahead, positioning yourself for retirement and beyond. Ellen is someone who's been in our communities, has come to Slow Down School, has come to my house, is just an amazing person that travels the world, and she's probably going to talk a little bit about selling her practice. This is a woman that I am so proud of that has done so many just amazing things to impact her community and beyond. So please give a warm welcome to Ellen.
Thank you, Joe. Is there a clicker? Oh.
There you go.
Thank you. So, thank you so much, guys, for doing that for me. There is a story behind that, and I'm going to tell you the story behind that before I get into talking about what I'm going to talk about. I only have sons. I'm going to say that in a moment, too. And I have this young woman in my life named Stacy who is dearer than a daughter to me, and I adore her. And so today, she sent me this long text message just telling me what a badass I was and how I was going to do just great, and that she would never talk in front of a group of people, but she was really proud that I was. And she sent she said, and I'm sending you a walk-up song. And I was like, well, we're really not using walk-up songs. But then I looked at what it was, and that's what it was. And so I asked Claire and Naranda, could you make this happen? Just play enough so that people know that it's a sexy thing. And then I told my husband, and my husband was like, I don't know that that's appropriate. I was like, well, too bad, we're doing it now, right? So I don't know if I'm going to sit. I don't know if I'm going to stand. I don't know if I'm going to use notes. I don't know what exactly I'm going to do, but we're going to be in this together, and we're going to give it a shot. I'm obviously the old lady in the room, and I so appreciate what Joe said. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Joe, but you may be thinking, what is he thinking? This is about retirement, and most of you are nowhere near retirement, and I appreciate that, right? Obviously, I am, but I think he's thinking that he's really shepherded me through so much of my private practice, my group practice, selling my practice, thinking about the alternatives for what I'm going to do when I'm retired fully, and he's done such a great job with that, and so I think he's thinking that I have something to say. So hopefully I do, and hopefully this will be helpful for all of you. I'd like you to give me some grace, even though I spoke mountains of times before. I haven't spoken since COVID, and I realized that's kind of weird, but I just haven't had the opportunity to do it, so now hopefully I can. I do want to give a shout out to the staff of Practice of the Practice, because those people have done the most amazing job, and they are great, all of them. They have just rallied around me and everybody else here too, and it's just been really great, so I really want to give them a shout out. They are amazing people. I can't even imagine not having them in my life every day now. So this is my story, but it's also your future. And let me see how this works. Let's see if we can get it up there. Do I have PowerPoint? Oh, there's one. I know this looks really old lady-ish, and I didn't realize that until I watched everybody else's. Sorry about that. Well, I'm kind of an old lady, so I guess that's kind of appropriate. I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself, if I can figure out forward. There we are. Okay, so I'm an LMFT. I had a private practice. I had a group practice. I sold it in January 30th of this year, so we're still working through some of the things about that. I live in Shippensburg, Pennsylvania, which is this tiny little town near Gettysburg, with my husband, who is a saint. I'm going to say that again, and he may be listening, so if he is listening, he is the best man in the world. I'm telling you. He really is a saint. I'm a jerk. He's a saint. We were joking about things before I came on, and he said, I said, I want to be funny, and I can't be funny, and there's nothing to be funny about. And he said, well, just tell him I'm a joke. And I was like, I would never do that, because you're such an amazing man. So I live there with my husband, my 2 English setters, who are the joy of my life, and my 2 millennial sons. So hopefully they're not listening. But my dream is to help people go through this retirement process in a way that isn't quite as arduous as mine was. I felt like I really had fits and starts and just didn't know what I was doing and didn't do any planning about it. Like I wanted to plan, but I didn't. And you know, it's so easy to get lost in all the stuff that you're doing on a day-to-day basis and to forget that retirement is coming, and if you plan it, it will be more amazing, right? Raise your hand if you have done any concrete retirement planning that's not financial. Yay, somebody has. There aren't a lot of people that do. There aren't a lot of people that do, and I'm grateful for those of you who have thought about it. That's a good thing, because the reality is that just like many things, if you don't shoot for something, you're not going to hit it. And the problem with retirement is that people don't think about it. They think about the finances. Incidentally, I'm completely incompetent at finances, so this is not about financial planning at all. This is about planning for a wonderful retirement. Trying to make sure that I got everything in. So when wait, I can't get this to go. Is it the arrow keys? Okay. Oh, I did it. There you go. Oh. Thank you, Brandon. I was completely unprepared. I had a group practice that we had some things that were wrong. We did some things that were poor. When I sold it, we had a bunch of stuff we had to fix. As a good example, Google had my business email, but my personal business email, so Ellen @ as their email. That has been the biggest headache, and they're still charging me. So I'm kind of like, stupid little things like that. And when you have a group practice, you have to think about those things, and I appreciated what Dan said earlier, because he had some really good ideas about how to do that, things I wish I would have heard before I did that. It was very hard to figure things out business-wise, but it's also hard to figure things out personally. You also have to give some thought to that, not just how you sell your practice, but also what do you want your life to look like? What is your definition of a life well lived? Can anybody tell me anything that they think would make their life well lived? It's not a hard question.
I'll say faithfully serving my generation.
Oh, that's an awesome thing. Okay, that's cool. Anybody else? Yeah. I'm with you.
Add that to mine.
I think a lot of people say that, and I think a lot of people do it, but I think there's also, well, I'll tell you a story a little later about someone that was a challenge. A lot of people don't. And again, if you don't plan it, you don't do it. So my husband and I have our travel planned out to whoops. What did I do? Can you get me back? I'm sorry, thank you. Yeah, I wasn't even trying to do that. Okay, but my husband and I have our travel planned out to 2027. And, it's just, we're serious about it. And when we plan it, then we do it. Sometimes we don't. Sometimes we plan something and we don't do it. And sometimes that costs us money, but, it's a good thing to do. It helps to chunk out your planning, too. You guys know this. It helps to chunk out everything that you're doing, any kind of planning that you're doing. It helps to chunk that out a little bit. And it also helps to explore a little bit. Go travel and see if you like it. A lot of people don't like international travel. They only want to travel domestically. That's okay. Whatever works for you is fine, right? My best friend had this idea. She was a professor. And she had this idea that she was going to go to the local animal shelter. And she was going to pet little kitty heads, and she was going to walk puppies, and she was going to do all that when she was retired. Well, she retired, and then she was bored, like a couple years in. She's bored to death. And she says, I think I'm going to go back to that animal shelter. Guess what? They were full. They had just run a volunteer event, and they had so many volunteers they couldn't handle her. And she was like, oh my gosh. And I said to her, well, why didn't you Like, why didn't you go last year? Why didn't you go before you even retired and talk to them about it and just do volunteer, an hour a month or an hour every couple of months or something to just get your foot in the door? She's like, I didn't plan it. I didn't think about anything about it. That's the problem. So sometimes exploring a little bit is a good thing. Then you know what you like and you know what you don't. One of the things Joe really helped me with was I was doing this giant volunteer gig. It was taking hundreds of hours of my time. And I realized that I didn't really like it. I don't do it anymore. I mean, I do other things now. So that was a good thing to know, rather than getting into retirement and then having all of them being like, well, you're retired, so you can do more. No, I don't want to do it at all, right? So it worked out really well for me. I'm sorry, if you can't hear me, somebody yell. I'm not real good about holding this in the right spot. Retirement is all more and less than you imagine. It's really not like a vacation that you wake up every morning and you're on vacation and everything's cool. It's really not like that. But on the other hand, if you plan it, you're also not going to die early and you're not going to be bored, right? Because it's very easy to go from being a group practice boss where you are in charge and you are busier than a whatever. Put in, insert metaphor here, because I know how busy that is and how overwhelming that is. And someday you stop doing that. And then what are you? What do you do, right? It's a big head tweak, let me tell you. It's very hard. Being a group practice boss like you guys, that is an amazing thing. And very few people do it, as other people have said. But it really, when you step out of that role, it's a little bit of a difficulty. It's not quite what you were before. One of the things that you have to do is you have to manage your social calendar. People don't think about that, but the professional relationships that you have now, they may or they may not continue. It's hard to know how that's going to happen until it actually does. The people that worked for me, I thought we would always be friends. And the reality is, I sold my practice on January 30th. I've heard from 2 of them out of 10. The whole time. I was very surprised. And so that probably tells me that that really was not a relationship that's going to endure, right? Building those relationships ahead of time is very helpful. One of my other dear friends, Rosa, retired a long time ago, and she's a widow. And she learned pretty early on that she had to actually plan her social events, because if she didn't do it, she sat at home all by herself looking at her 4 walls and hoping that her kids would come and visit, right? So what she does, it's actually it's very clever, actually. She was a math professor, too. I don't know how she got to be so smart. But what she would do is she would say, Friday morning breakfast I have with some old colleagues from work, and Wednesday night before Bible study, I go to out to dinner with these people. I'm her Tuesday lunch, right? And she does that every week. She does the same kinds of things with the same people, or every month. And it's just a brilliant idea. Another thing is routines. It's fun to develop new routines, right? I have a really beautiful office that my husband and my sons prepared for me. And when I became mostly retired, I didn't say that, did I? I still have a couple of clients that are hanging on, so I still use this office for them. But I also am mostly retired, right? And this office is really gorgeous and it has this really cushy chair in it. So one of my routines is that every morning I go up there with my cup of coffee and I sit there and I read. That's a new routine. Most of you can't even imagine doing that. When Joe was talking yesterday about ideal times and so on, ideal days, that's my ideal day. I really enjoy doing that. Then there are those people who can help. My husband retired from a university, and he had a huge retirement party, and he has a pension, and he has all kinds of other things. Very few people in this room are going to have any of those things. Just so you know, when you sell your practice, a lot of times from other people, it's a big yawn. People don't understand the big step that is, and don't automatically equate it to actually retiring. And so a lot of times you have to kind of explain and manage those expectations for people because they don't get it. And then there are the things that don't work. These are things that can really derail your plans, right? There's a couple of them, debt and divorce, that you can do something about. The rest of them you really can't. I had a client, when I was seeing a lot of clients, who came to me because they had great retirement plans and then the woman got Parkinson's. And so we sat down and we planned, what are you gonna do? So right now she's still capable of going internationally. So we're gonna travel internationally. Then when she gets a little bit more sick, we can travel domestically. And they finally got to the last stage of her life, which was, okay, she can go out in our Miata and have the wind in her hair, right? And she died while I was still seeing them as a couple. And the guy came to me and said, okay, now let's look at that list and let's decide what I'm gonna do now for the rest of my life, now as a single guy. And then he moved to a retirement home. So I think he's probably he's a very good looking, kind of young guy for a retirement home. Bet he's having a wonderful time. I would be surprised if he was not. This is the most important thing, that you want something that will help you to find meaning. That's what you're going for here. Everybody wants to know at the end of their life that they made a difference. And these are some questions that will help you to think about that. You should think about these questions now. There are some things that you can do in your practice, obviously, you've heard a lot of them today, that you can do in your practice that will give you a legacy, but there are also things that you could do personally that will give you a legacy. And it's important to think about those things rather than just to fall into retirement and not know where you're going. And now we come to the end. This is the uncomfortable part to talk about when you talk about retirement planning, because like Winston Churchill said, I'm kind of paraphrasing this, it may not be the beginning of the end, but it's the beginning of the beginning of the end. And so if you're uncomfortable talking about it, that tells you something about what you need to do personally to get yourself emotionally and mentally ready for these last stages. But you can also do some planning here too, because it's good to know what you want and what you like and to communicate that to other people as well. I know that there are more important things that you probably are going to take from here than just retirement planning. But I want you to know that planning your retirement can make, not only is it fun, it's fun to talk about travel, it's fun to talk about the things that you might be able to do, making a difference for your generation. Those are important things and fun to talk about. And that's great, it's fun, but it's also really vital, because if you don't do it, you won't have the kind of retirement that you actually want to have. So I thank you for listening to me. Oops, I'm sorry, I went backwards. And I challenge you to think about that statement. If I can help you in any way, I do have information here. I'm glad to talk to you about it. I do have a small thing going on called Retire and Thrive, and I'm helping people find wonderful retirements. So I hope that that's you, and whether we ever see each other again or not, I hope you have a fantastic retirement. Thank you all. I think I did it. 20 minutes. Like a pig,
You
I'm
killed
sorry.
it. That was amazing.
Oh,
Thank you. That was amazing. I want to retire with Ellen. Well, before we move on to something to give us a little energy, actually, let me move this over because I'm not sure the next speaker wants that centered. We're going to do a little auction right now. We've got a cell phone here that's up for auction. It has a picture of Sarah from Practice the Practice on it. Who wants to buy this phone? I hadn't looked at the picture. That would have made it way easier. Here, there it is. Someone handed it to me, and now you got it. Welcome back. All right. Well, before we have Jill come on, I want everyone to just stand up. We're not going to shake out 8. We're going to do something else, a little improv game. All right. So whatever your ability is in regards to standing, sitting, whatever feels comfortable for you. I'm going to have you shut your eyes. No one's going to touch you. That's the plan. Okay, so in improv, sometimes we do some sound improv. And so we are going to, I'm sure that Naranda and Sam miss the savanna of Africa and the jungles and all the animals. So what we're going to do is we're going to just start with just some sound improv. So we're going to just add some wind. And then as you feel ideas come in that you can add to that texture, feel free to do that. So I'm going to actually turn off the mic for me, and we're just going to start with. Oh, the animals are waking up. Oh, there's a big wind coming. We can feel it in our bodies a little bit. And that closes out our evening. We had an idea earlier. Let's get a little energy up. Go ahead and sit down. We're gonna just make a wave. We're gonna get the wave going in here. Whether you just want to use your hands or whether you want to stand up, whatever you feel comfortable with. We're gonna start over here, and the Jedi Force is gonna move. Okay, that was the lamest energy I've ever seen, ever. All right, let's get a little of our kid energy in here. You can play and not be unprofessional, or you can be unprofessional, whatever you want to do. Ready? Woo. Okay, so now it's going to wrap around here and come back around, and I'm not going to direct you anymore. Ready? Good job. Give yourselves a hand. I used to run summer camps with kids, if you can't tell, and led high ropes courses. So I'm so excited about Jill coming up on stage. She's going to be talking about building a thriving practice in a saturated market. I am so excited about this. I wish I had this talk years ago because Traverse City, small town, used to have 3 graduate programs here of social workers and counselors, kicking out anywhere from 50 to 100 therapists every single year in our small town. So we were a saturated market. Some of those programs, those satellite campuses have left, but now we don't have enough therapists. So excited to have you join us on stage. So give it up for Jill.
Thank you so much. I'm actually retiring with Ellen right now, so I'm going to go ahead and just wrap this up quick. Andrew, can you show me, is this that side up? Okay, thanks. That was my biggest worry, is that I would do something that Andrew already did. So that feels better. So I'm Jill Williams. I'm a licensed clinical social worker with over 15 years experience, and I own a practice in Asheville, North Carolina called Flourish Counseling and Wellness. I am a former Ohioan, also known as a recovering Ohioan. I've lived my entire adult life in Asheville, and I absolutely love it there. We have a huge tourism industry. Anybody that wants to talk about blue ghost fireflies or the fire that killed Zelda Fitzgerald, I'm your girl, so find me later, because I could go on forever about Asheville. Asheville is a therapist utopia. So we're going to talk about building a thriving practice in a saturated market. Has anyone ever thought about moving to Asheville? Yeah. Asheville is a therapist utopia. People come there because they want to live a different type of lifestyle than what they might have in other areas. People come there for growth, for healing, to find work-life balance, to play in nature, to get woo-woo with the crystals and the vortices and all the things in Asheville. So we have a ton of therapists. In Asheville, we have Allison Pereira, who's with Abundance Practice Building that many of you have probably heard of. Patrick Casal, who owns Therapists in Private he owns Resilient Mind, yeah. All things private practice, thank you. And we also have literally thousands of therapists. Asheville has about 90,000 people that live there, and about 70% of them are therapists, I'm pretty sure. So this is how you know that you are in a saturated market. I'm seeing how big this screen is. Y'all are going to love these photos really big. Here's a picture of me. I am writing this speech in this photo on my friend Rebecca's front porch of her group practice. You'll notice right behind me is my friend Julie's group practice. Julie's here. So I'm on Rebecca's porch. Julie's practice is right there. Catty corner behind Julie's practice is my friend Stacy's building. She also owns a group practice. Julie has a second location. This is her kids' building. She has another location 1 block over. My friend Bree is moving in a few doors down here next week. And there's also a beautiful old historic building that's full of solo practitioners on that road. And this is not the main drag for therapists in Asheville. This is not it. There's a whole nother therapist main drag. So you literally can see shingles. They just hung their shingle out front. You can physically see how saturated our market is just by driving around town. So that's the first thing that I want to say. The second way to know that you have a saturated market is that you have a Facebook group of over 2,000 clinicians that specifically live in Asheville, and it is only one of the Facebook groups for local therapists. So I'm an admin for our local therapist group. We get about a half a dozen membership requests per day, and it's people that are fresh out of grad school, entering their internships, moving to the area, and there are constant referral requests. So Tabitha gave me permission to share this. This is one of my friends that owns a group practice. She's a psychiatric nurse practitioner. Psychiatric nurse practitioners are my people. I lived my whole life thinking there was something very, very wrong with me. And then I started working inpatient psych, and I met psych nurses, and I was like, hell yes, this whole time, I just should have been a psych nurse. So this is Tabitha. They have prescribers, and they're always overflowing with referrals because they have prescribers. You know, prescribers have a couple hundred clients or patients, so they always need more people. So she said, help. There are 159 responses from people who say, send me your overflow. These responses are not just individual providers, these are also from group practices. So those 159 responses may represent one solo person, or they may represent a group practice with 5, 10, 20 plus clinicians. So another way that we can clearly see we have a saturated market is it's on social media. You can see how busy things are. And everybody has openings. All of our solo practice people have openings. Next thing. Y'all are not going to like this one because it affects every single one of us in this room. And this is the fact that when you wake up and you listen to your favorite podcast, guess what happens? You get interrupted by the podcast is brought to you by venture capital. Venture capital has found that our profit margins, albeit thin, are still existent. So we have a lot of venture capital companies that are entering the mental health field. And it's everywhere. You see the ads on television and your Facebook news feed. You're hearing them announced on your favorite podcasts. They are literally everywhere. If you do a Google search, guess who's going to come up first? Those people that had real big money to buy that ad space. So even if you do not have 90,000 people in your town with 70% of the population being therapists, you are in a saturated market, like everybody is now. That's just the reality of the situation. So I want to talk about the 3 things that I think about in being a thriving practice. The first is looking inward, who you are, what you believe in, what you value, and how you show up. That's number 1. Number 2 is looking outward, looking around you. What's going on in the community? What's unique to your town? What does your potential client population look like? And then number 3, what is likely to come next on the horizon? How are you going to remain relevant? How are you going to keep your practice afloat? What do we have coming up in the future? So when you think about looking inside and what's special about you, where your values are, we're going to go back to childhood. This is the scary picture that's huge, you guys. This is me and my brothers. I am an Enneagram 7 enthusiast, in case you can't tell. I am just happy to be here. I don't care where you're at or what you're doing. I am just happy to get invited to the party. So this is me and my two brothers. I grew up in a sports family. I was born practically blind, as you can imagine. I'm 5'4". I'm clumsy. I'm not a sports person. So I grew up in a sports family where everything is competition based. That's just the word. I don't know if y'all have been to Ohio. It is a competition. The Midwest y'all love to compete with each other. I don't know. I always say, oh, hi, no. That's what I say. But everywhere I go with my family, we'll be at Disney World. My brother's 6'8". This little guy right here in the striped shirt, he's now 6'8". His 10-year-old is taller than me. But we go to Disney World, and it's my brother decked out, scarlet and gray, Ohio, 08, and you'll hear people will be yelling OH at him, and he has to yell IO back to everybody. So I grew up in this family where everyone's a competition, and my parents were amazing. I have nothing negative to say about them. They're amazing. But my mom gave me the best advice that I ever received, and I still live by this every day. And when I was in about 3rd or 4th grade, which is when you start to make those social comparisons, I came home, I was upset about something. Who knows? It was 4th grade. And my mom said, Jill, honey, I'm going to level with you. You are never going to be the prettiest girl in the room. You are never going to be the smartest person in the room, and you sure as hell are not the fastest person in the room. But what you are is the most Jill person in the room, and that's the only thing that you have to be. It does not matter what everybody else looks like. It doesn't matter how smart they are, and it doesn't matter how fast they are. They are not more you than you. So while that I know, my mom's the best. My mom is also in her high school's athletic hall of fame as having 17 varsity letters. She's 6'1". She now has Alzheimer's, but she still goes out and plays basketball with all the kids. But she's amazing. And it was so that sounds mean at first. I saw people's faces when they were like, oh, God, your mom said you're not the prettiest. My mom was right. I'm not the prettiest. Look around. Y'all are very attractive. Very attractive. If anybody wants to race me later to prove I'm slow, we could do that. But it is so liberating. Like, how liberating is it to just be like, fuck it, I'm not the smartest. I'm not the prettiest. I'm not the fastest. It allowed me to shift my mindset at a very young age to just being authentically me and not giving a shit what everybody else was doing and cheering on the people that were faster. I will go to a basketball game and I will cheer on every single person that makes a basket. I don't care whose team they're on. It doesn't matter to me. I want to cheer on everybody's successes, and I want everybody to win. So that carries over for me into my practice. That's what I carry with me into everything that I do, and it's just really liberating. So the next thing I want to ask, would you want to work with you? Would you want you as your boss? What are you bringing to the table that's unique? What are you offering your employees? When they have the option to work for Julie, who is completely, hell, I want to work for Julie. If they have the option to go work for Julie, or work for Andrew, or work for Patrick, or work for Stacy, or work for any of the other Tabitha, any of the other practices in my town, why would they want to work for me? What makes me unique and different? So I really want you to start thinking about, if you're in a saturated market, what are you going to do to attract and retain the best clinicians, the best fit clinicians for your practice? What are you offering? What are you putting out there for them? Also, if you are a person in the community, would you want to refer to you? Would you feel comfortable sending your clients to your practice? Are people going to return their phone calls? Are they going to make sure that scheduling's available? Do you have connections in the community to get them the supports that they need? Have you shown up at all of the advocacy efforts? Are you showing up and doing things in the community? I give a lot of free labor in our community, not because I think it's the right thing to do to promote Flourish, but because I think it's the right thing to do for me as a human, and I've been doing that before I owned a business. So think about, would you want to work with you, and would you want to collaborate with you in the community? So the second thing is looking outward. What does your community need? What do people need? What gaps can you fill in? Who are your people? This has already been talked about today as far as finding your niche, et cetera. So I don't want to go too deep into this because a couple people did a better job of it than I would. It was fun to rewrite this an hour ago where I took out all the stuff that people said better than I could possibly say it. So thank you, everyone. You made my job easy. While you're taking a look out around, I want you to start to discern between your collaborators and your competitors. There are a whole lot of people out there. There are some people that are ready to cheer on your successes. Those are your collaborators. There are some people that are ready to celebrate your failures and to highlight your shortcomings, and those are competitors. You know your collaborators because they're the people that text you on Tuesday evening because they know you were about to have a really difficult conversation with one of your clinicians that day, and they just want to check in and see how it's going. Your collaborators are the people who show up at your open house carrying a succulent and are so excited to be there, and they brought 3 friends with them to check out your new space. Your collaborators are the people that tag you in a social media post and say, look at this amazing offer that this practice now has. They're the people who bring you up at a dinner table and say, oh, you just mentioned such and such. I know a person that would be a great fit for that. Those are your collaborators. Your competitors are the people who find it really amusing when you fuck up. They're the people who make the backhanded compliments, have a little bit of a smirk when you mess up, which we all do. They are the people who do come to your open house, but they got their logo on their shirt, and they didn't bring anybody with them. They are the people who might bring you up at a dinner table, but maybe don't have the nicest things to say. Those are people that are competitors. I believe that everybody has shortcomings, and none of us are perfect, and I do not have energy for competitors. I simply do not give them my energy or attention, and that allows me to focus on the people that I collaborate with. That is in alignment with my values. So I focus on behaving in a way that is in alignment with my values, which is serving my community with a spirit of collaboration, with knowing that all of us are on the same team and we all have the same goal in mind, which is helping people out. None of us are in this to make bazillions of dollars. I mean, except for venture capitalists. I view it as like competitors are not doing anything to help me. They're not doing anything to help my clients. So I'm just not going to focus on it. Here are my collaborators. This is, look, there's me. I'm an enthusiast. Same face. Same. I saw these pictures and I was like, oh my God, it's the same face. These are some of my collaborators. Julie's right next to me in the back row. She's here somewhere. This is Stacy. Anyway, you can see everybody. This is part of our group practice owners group. We have a group in Asheville of about a dozen group practice owners. We meet monthly. We talk through all kinds of fun stuff. And we also have a Google chat where we share resources. It's amazing. These are my collaborators. I also want to share this text message. This is from last week. We had a client who had a tragic loss over the weekend. And I was able to text my friend Tabitha and say, hey, she's a PMH, she's a psych nurse, whatever those letters are, and said, hey, we're desperate. Can we get somebody in? She said this was not her day to work. She said, 2 of my prescribers are on vacation. I'll go check. And same day, this client went straight from our office to Tabitha's office, got a med appointment, literally the same day, got an ROI, faxed over records, all of it. I would challenge any of these big companies that are buying ad space on my podcast to do that. And on the flip side, Tabitha called me at 10 p.m. a couple weeks ago and said, we just got a subpoena. What should I do? And I was able to say, here's all the subpoena info you need. So it's all about being a collaborator. And the last thing I want to share is that 2024 was bullshit. That's the Change cyber attack. Anybody else? Yeah, people were impacted. We went about 10 to 12 weeks without insurance payments. This is looking forward. I believe that we should hope for the best and prepare for the worst. That's my dad's country. His advice includes shit or get off the pot, hope for the best and plan for the worst. I could share some of his others. They're really funny. But I was able to run payroll out of savings. There was another practice in our community who said to me, we would be bankrupt within one payroll cycle. And that is not any shade on them whatsoever. Who the hell would have known this was going to, nobody knew this was going to happen. Nobody would have thought this was going to happen. So starting to think forward. That little one in the middle is about a clinician. We had a clinician that had a really tragic event occur. And because I have so many collaborators in the community, I was able to rope in somebody to come in within 2 weeks and crisis cover all of those clinicians for 6 months, which is incredible. That person is leaving our practice now and just literally just texted me and said, hey, can I use your good faith estimate for my new practice? I was like, yeah, absolutely. That was really helpful. This is a picture of my pharmacy about a mile from my house during Hurricane Helene, and these are U-Haul trucks floating by. Helene was, I will spare you all the details. It was unbelievable. It's still unbelievable in Asheville. But what happened after Hurricane Helene is that a bunch of therapists lost their offices. They're physically gone. They no longer exist. Julie, who I've already mentioned 94 times and might as well be up here presenting, opened up office space in her building and said, anybody who needs office space, come on in, I got you. So those practices were able to keep functioning because we have collaborators. She kept their practices afloat in a time when their office was unfortunately afloat. And another thing that I did as a collaborator is I reached out to my friend Kelly Lynch, who wrote the book, Fuck the Rules. She is a retired first responder and an LCSW. She is amazing. I reached out to her on Monday afternoon and I said, hey, help. Can you do a training for our community on how to best support first responders during deployments? Also, can we make it a fundraiser? And she said, yeah, let's do it. We made a landing page for it, and by Tuesday, we had sold over 100 spots, raised about $10,000. We were able to use that money to fund additional training for clinicians at my practice and to cover some payroll for them to be able to. I had clinicians trapped in their homes for days, so we were able to offer extra PTO plus some trauma stuff for them. And since then, we've trained over 700 clinicians all around the country on how to support first responders after deployment. Everyone in our area got to take the course for free. It was just incredibly, incredibly helpful. So when you're thinking forward, obviously you want to get your ducks in a row financially. Everybody knows that. It's really hard. But you have got to reach out to the people that care about you. If you are having a rough time, you need to know who your collaborators are, because in the end, this is what we got, y'all. Socio-political climate, not great. It's not great out there. This is what we've got. So look around, find your people, connect, because this is what you got. And the last thing I want to say in closing is just, these are my 3 rules to flourishing, is lead with values, always. Values first. If you have shitty values, I'm sorry, you might want to look at what your values are. You probably don't if you're here, if you've made it this far. Find your people, find your collaborators, and in the end, the hardest thing for us as helpers is to ask for what you need. You have to ask. People are not mind readers, and they want to help you. Just like you want to help other people, they want to help you. So you have to ask for what you need. Last slide I'm going to show is a QR code. This is to a Facebook group that I have. I have a side business doing consulting and training called Mental Health Masterminds. Follow this link. It'll take you to the Facebook group. If you want to take the first responder training, you can do it for free. There's a code on there to take it for free. I did kind of a pay what you can for it. So please feel free to check that out. And that's it. Thank you all so much.
Amazing. Wow. That reminds me of TikTok I saw the other day. And it was with the guy who ran Blue's Clues, that kids' TV show. And Steve, thank you. I was like over there, like, what was his name? Steve from Blue's Clues. And he was talking about how every episode he would start by saying to the kids, I need your help. And he was talking about the power of connecting with other people by asking for help. And I remember when I was going through cancer treatment, I had thyroid cancer in 2012, had my thyroid out literally 2 months after my daughter had just had heart surgery. It was a terrible year for the family. And my mom had had cancer right before that. But I remember friends being like, let me know how you can help. And it was like, I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to do. I just knew that I was tired. I knew that I had to have radioactive iodine treatment. If I had known even that little Blue's Clues thing, saying, hey, honestly, I can't make a meal this week. Can you just bring me something to eat? My family is struggling in this way. I didn't know how to ask for help. And so just seeing that TikTok reminded me of how often we feel like we have to be the strong ones. We have to be the ones with our shit together, especially as bosses. And that message online of hustle culture and like, you're the boss and, you know, all these different things where we're optimizing our brains for everything. It's not always the best. We had a lively debate last night about whether life hacks are good for you or not. And just like thinking through, you know, sometimes we just need to sit with it. We need to invite people in and say, I don't know what to do here. Whether that's your staff or your friends or people in this community, you now have 90 other people that have your back in a really unique way that wouldn't have happened had you not come to this. So I am so excited to have Elizabeth Carr talking to us about a blueprint for a lifestyle-focused practice. I've gotten to know Elizabeth in a number of different ways. She came to our Killin' It camp that we did down in Cancun back when I hadn't had salmonella and had 2 years of health issues. Those of you that don't know, that story is a pain in the ass. Those of you that do know got that joke. So I got to know her there. She's hung out in my living room with a bunch of other therapists, and I can't wait to have Elizabeth tell us even more about her blueprint for a lifestyle-focused practice. Give it up for Elizabeth.
Thank you, Joe. So excited to be here. All right, I'm a little nervous about the timing, but we're going to do great. Okay, so I'm Elizabeth Carr. I own Kentland Psychotherapy. We are a fee-for-service, $250,000 a year in sales practice. We do therapy, we do testing, and we do medication management. For all of you wondering, how the heck do you recruit a psychiatrist? It's the long game. You got to marry one. And then get him to recruit all of his friends from residency. That's the formula. Okay. So here's the first question. And by the way, this is a picture of my remote work location in Cancun, Mexico at Club Med, which was amazing for absolutely everyone except Joe, as he referenced. So my first question for you is, do you dream of someday selling your practice? And if so, why? Why do you want to sell it? Right, but do you want like more time to travel? Do you want less stressors? What is it, right? Because I suspect if you all wrote it down, right, there'd be different reasons for different people. Some people want to get away from risk. Some people want to get away from stress. Some people want more time to do fun things. So you have to ask yourself why. Why do you want to retire? And why do you want to ask yourself that? Okay, where do I point this? Okay, because it's important to figure out what you want to do next once you're clear about that. Okay, here's another remote location. So I'm from Maryland, and this is St. Michael's, Maryland, where I'm sitting, updating my website, looking at sailboats. Yeah. And here I am with my son, who is my motivation for having a lifestyle practice in the first place, because I wanted to be with him every morning before he went to preschool, and every afternoon when I picked him up at 3, I didn't want to be in the shackles of a 9-to-5 job. I could have gotten off active duty and gone straight back to Walter Reed with a full-time, well-paying job, but I didn't want that. For years, I was growing the practice with my husband saying, can you pay us someday? Can you pay us anything? Can you pay us? Like, look, my priority is my time with my kid. The pay will come eventually, and it did. So let's talk about what is a lifestyle business versus a performance business. Lifestyle business is talking about your values, your desired schedule. Is it sustainable for you? Do you feel like you're autonomous? Do you have balance in your life? You're measuring success by freedom and fulfillment, right? How many of you does that resonate with? Did for me, Whereas a performance business, we're talking about maximizing revenue, growth, market value, productivity, metrics, scalability, KPIs, profit margins, stock shares. How many of you does that resonate with? Not me. I've been to those EO groups, you know, where they're like, how much are you making? And I'm like, I don't really know, but I'm doing well. Yeah, so if you like the top three and that speaks to you, you might be in your heart a lifestyle practice kind of person. If the bottom three speak to you, talk to Dan. He's going to set you up. You're going to do great. All right, so what we're going to talk a little bit about is kind of micro retirements. I like to tell people I'm trying to be semi-retired. People ask me to do something, I'm like, oh, listen, I'm trying to be semi-retired right here. So what does that mean to you? If you think about a micro retirement or being kind of semi-retired, what would that mean to you? Just think about that for a second. Anybody willing to share? What's that? What comes to your mind when you think about being semi-retired?
Doing what I want to do.
Right, right. You know, part of it for me, when we got off active duty, well, when I did, my husband was not part of the we for that for many more years, but we came back from Italy, and we had a 1-year-old, and that was 21 years ago, and I would have been deployed to Iraq for sure at that time. And I understand attachment theory. I'm not going to leave him for 7 months just with his dad. So I resigned my commission, and I was a full-time stay-at-home mom. And we took him to a Montessori school in the neighborhood, and I would pick him up, you know, at 3 o'clock when school's out, and we would go have fun. We'd go to the park. We'd go grocery shopping, do all this stuff. And at 6, 7 at night, I'd drive right past the Montessori school in the dark and see people picking up their kids from school. And I thought, I don't want that to be me, ever. People have to do what they have to do, but I knew I didn't want that. So for me, that was a really important part. Now it's about travel and things like that. I want to work out at 2 in the afternoon. What is it for you? Just think about that. All right, so let's talk about bill it to sell it. Why am I talking about selling it? That's Dan's lane. I'll tell you why. Because if you build a turnkey sellable business, you're also building a lifestyle business. You are. Because how many of us are working 40, 50, 60 hours a week in our practice or know someone that's doing that? No one wants to buy that practice. They don't. They want you to put everything in place so that you could step out and they can buy it, and they don't have to hire 6 people to replace what you're doing. And so this is why I think it's really important to think, even if you don't think you're going to sell your practice, or not anytime soon, you should still be thinking about how to design a sellable practice, because it will give you the lifestyle that you want once you do that. So you want to think in terms of, if I'm going to sell it in 3 years, or 5 years, or 10 years, what would I need to do today so it will be sellable in 3 years, 5 years, 10 years? You need to have systems in place. It needs to be simple, it needs to be structured. Memorialize your processes. Design it for newbies to make turnover easier, and decentralize your decisions. I think this one's really important because I think how many of us are a little bit control freaks, and every decision has to go through you. I have been guilty of this many times. Okay, on the way here, I'm texting my office manager's assistant, telling her what color coleus to tell the landscaper to put around the building this spring. Does that need to be a top-level decision? Is that the CO suite level decision? No. Right. That should be on an annual calendar, but they know to do that every May, right? Okay, so don't be a clog point. Don't be a pinch point. One of the things I think is really helpful as an idea experiment is to say, if you fell into a coma today for 3 months, what would be the cause of death of your business? What would it be? Maybe you're the only one that could do payroll. Maybe you're the only one that has the logins for your bank account. What crisis would come up if you were in a coma for 3 months? And then work on those things right away. It's definitely, I think, a good way to have a roadmap to get where you're trying to get to. So, smart finances. I don't think you can get off the hamster wheel if you're always on the verge of feeling like you're at a breaking point. So, either one of the things is think about good debt versus bad debt. I never took out a penny of any kind of loan until I wanted to do a build out. I think the first loan I took was to buy the building I was renting, which I recommend if you can do it. In many cases, that's really helpful because we had the ugly tube lights. We had 1,000 lamps around because I hate those tube. Who hates those tube lights? Right. So we never turned them on. We just had 1,000 lamps. Then I bought the building. I'm like, we're ripping these out. We're putting in some can lights. It was great. And put wallpaper in the stairwell turn back. You're not going to do that if you're a renter. In my opinion, I think that's a good example of like good debt. Get comfortable, I think, with slow growth. And why do I say that? Because if you want a lifestyle business eventually, maybe you should be living your lifestyle business now, if you can afford to do it. So I grew slow, but I've had a lifestyle business the whole time. And so I think you also have to be financially conservative, and I think the biggest threat is being a people pleaser. I think so many of us are people pleasers, and when you're a people pleaser and you're doing split negotiations with your clinicians, you can't unring a bell, you can't drop it when you realize 75% is going to kill you. Or also, I find now that I have 3 levels in a building, and I've done build-outs twice now as I keep expanding, that sometimes the people that are in the older spaces are kind of jealous of the new space people, and they're like, can I get a new couch? Can you repaint my room? And you can't say yes to everything. It'll put you in the poorhouse. So you have to get comfortable saying no, I think, to people. And also structure a lifestyle within your means. I wanted to start private practice. We lived in a townhouse in not the best part of town, living completely on my husband's medical residency income, so that I had the freedom to be at home with our son and grow the practice slowly the way I wanted to grow it. Staff retention. Okay, so what are some of the things that get in the way of having your lifestyle practice? High turnover. Why? Because recruiting, interviewing, training, onboarding new people takes a ton of time and money. You want to keep that to a minimum. So how do you do that? Keep good people. Find good people, keep good people. They need to feel valued, celebrated, have purpose, and in my opinion, I think lifestyle practices tend to recruit other lifestyle clinicians. The kind of people that are going to come to a practice like mine also want that sort of lifestyle. So I don't have these high productivity requirements of my people the way that our business is designed. It's clear to me that they need to have at least 6 hours a week of patient care to be worth it to be even on a W-2. But I don't have to be cracking the whip with people. I have an Excel spreadsheet of every room. It's like a puzzle. I'm trying to have every room be cooking all the time. And as long as that's working, then the numbers are working really well for me. Leadership style. My son's track coach used to say to the kids, you got to get your head right. Get your head right. And I think it's really true, I think for us as well, if you want to have good retention of your clients and of your staff, you have to get your head right. Do you make people feel respected, valued, trusted, supported, especially with your staff, financially, emotionally, and professionally? A little story, I was in the Navy for 6 years active duty as a psychologist. And when you're new, they send you to a class called Basic Officer Leadership Course, Bulk. And we're all brand new. Just figured out how to put our uniform on. And they look at the crowd and they say, what is the #1 responsibility of naval officers? Crickets, nobody knows. And they said, to take care of enlisted people. Take care of enlisted people and help them to be successful, safe and successful. And that really resonated with me, and I think I've carried over that philosophy to leadership. It's a service mentality, and when you have a service mentality for your clients and your staff, it really keeps your turnover low. So think about, what is your heart of leadership? How do you want to be? Okay, next, I think you got to treat your practice like you're the Four Seasons Hotel. This picture here is one of our many, many offices, and you can see at the bottom, that is my vision board that I did on my iPad for how I wanted the office to look, and then the office at the end, how it turned out. This is a part of one of our 3 waiting rooms over in the other corner. So if you think about, what does that mean to you? We have a hospitality station with lots of snacks in it. We have good magazines, although everyone loves People. In case you're doing research on what people want in the waiting room, it's People magazine. Yeah, it's not the heady stuff. I've tried the heady stuff. They don't care. They don't want to read that stuff. People. But what is it for you when you think about if you make your practice like the Four Seasons Hotel? I want every touch point to be exceptional. The first call they make, the receptionist they walk by on the way in, who smiles and says hi to them, every touch point. So are you running your business like a hospitality business? Most negative reviews online for medical practices are about a bad experience with an admin person. They feel disrespected about something that went wrong with their bill, or blown off, or not called back. So don't be cheap about the admin people you hire. If you spend a little more to get a better admin person, it will pay you back tenfold. That's been my experience. But we tend to be cheap because we cringe at the idea that we're even in business. And so we don't hire the best people, we get the cheapest furniture, and then we put it around the periphery of the room, like you're at the free clinic. Don't do that, don't do that. Now, not everybody is a wannabe interior decorator like I secretly am. You don't have to be. Maybe you have a best friend who's a wannabe interior decorator. You don't even have to necessarily hire someone, but if you have the budget, it might be money well spent. But get your space looking really nice if you can. Think about your clients as clients and customers. They're both. And try to notice if you're making decisions that are for your convenience rather than what's in the best interest of the clients. In DC, I'm really shocked still to this day how many people have chosen after COVID to stay entirely virtual, primarily because they don't want to spend money on brick and mortar and they like their flannel pajama bottoms during their telemedicine appointments. But I think they're going to get squeezed out by private equity, who also offers virtual. Part of our value proposition is that we can do something local that they can't do. Don't be slow to embrace technology. My private practice has been in for 20 years now, and I remember at the beginning people having debates about whether or not to take credit cards. Right now it seems absurd, but it was true. Or can you use the phone to talk to people? Now, I think it's how many people are still like, I don't know if I want people to be able to book online. Yes, you do. You do want people to be able to book online. You do. And here's the thing. You can even let people request a first appointment online. Then you call them and you do a post-check after they've made the request to make sure it's a good fit. Just calling to make sure it's a good fit. Thank you. So glad you're interested in Kentland psychotherapy. Don't have to be afraid of like, what if they're not a good fit? You'll figure that out. Maybe they need to be with someone else in your practice. Maybe they need to be somewhere else in the community. It's fine, you'll figure it out after they request at 11 o'clock at night. And the last thing is, I think that we don't show enough curiosity about FITCAs. I don't know if this is only a Navy term, but we used to use the term FITCA. Failure to keep appointment. Lost to follow-up. Do we notice when that happens? Do we call and check on them? Sometimes every once in a while, a clinician doesn't seem to have a great retention rate. So I'll go look at the chart, and the last note says, come back in 2 weeks. And they never came back. And there's not a next note that says, call to check on them. What happened? They're lost to follow-up. So I think that's the other thing is, like, are we careful about being curious about our FITCAs? How do you compete with national private equity places? I think being hyper-local is really important. We are very, very, very in the community. This little buggy here I bought directly from China. Luckily, at the time it came over during the first Trump administration, it was registered as a golf cart and did not have a 25% car tax on it like all the other things had. It's fabulous. It has our name in gold lettering on the side. I drive it all over the neighborhood. It's like a rolling billboard all the time, and it's super fun. Hyper local. And here we are. I had this fantasy for years. I wanted a life-size, Lucy and Charlie Brown, psychiatric help, 5 cents. And there's a guy in the neighborhood that's a carpenter. He made it for me, made my dream come true. So happy. So happy. And here we are at Oktoberfest, giving out stickers, talking to people. So what you want to do is think about, you're not competing with large corporations. You want to think about what can you do that's very different that they cannot do. And then lean into that and do that really, really well. In person, personal, rooted in the community, et cetera. But don't let that mean that you have an excuse not to embrace technology, because people still want that. Invest in your community. So I'll just make this one really quick, but we sponsor everything local. The swim team, the playbooks in the high school play. Here we are in the buggy in front of our building, handing out candy at the local neighborhood trick-or-treating at the shops event. local, hyper-local. So people just know us. They see our name all the time. And I would much rather spend money sponsoring the swim team that's gonna put our logo on the back of the t-shirt that mom washes all the time than to give money just to some magazine to put an ad in there. And it's more effective. All right. So the point of all of this is to say, if you build a practice that you could sell that has tremendous value, you may just find that you are not in a hurry to sell it, because now you have the job of your dreams. Give away all the stuff you don't want to do. You know, one of the things that I say is delegate down aggressively and think in terms of you're a job creator. Instead of saying, do I really want to pay someone to call back prospective patients, think, do I want to be the receptionist? Does it make sense when I could build this to see patients that I'm calling prospective patients back at 7 at night every night? That's just not smart. I do think you have to be careful a little bit in private practice that you don't commodify everything. I started thinking, you know, I could bake a loaf of bread, that I love baking bread, but that's like a $400 loaf of bread. That is the thing you have to be careful about. But generally speaking, delegate down as much as you can aggressively. Think of yourself as a job creator. Build the practice that other people want to buy. Make yourself largely replaceable. Give yourself permission to be happy. Some of us, I think, are just a little bit closet workaholics and working all the time because that feels good. And so if you're doing that all the time, there's always a value in stopping and saying, do I have to do that? Do I have to respond to all these emails on the weekend? And I have found that really, really good support of my clinicians can happen remotely. We lost one of our patients while I was on a road trip, and I really believe that I gave very good support to my staff while I was out of town. Just because you're not physically there doesn't mean you're not there. And in that sense, I feel like I'm always working, but I also feel like I'm never working, because I feel free to go places and do things. And yet I also feel really good about the fact that I'm always there for my people, and they can find me really easily and very quickly when they need me. All right, let's all stay connected. So if you scan this QR code, you will have me in your contacts. And I believe at the bottom of it, it has LinkedIn. Let's connect on LinkedIn too. And at the bottom, also, one of the social media icons is Google. If this was helpful to you and you want to tell Google how helpful it was to you, I wouldn't stop you. You know, one of the things that we're always struggling with is we're not supposed to ask patients for reviews, but we need these darn Google reviews. And so if you're doing public speaking, or if your clinicians are doing public speaking, they should have something like this at the end of their presentation and ask the organizer in advance. If so-and-so comes and gives you their time for free to talk to your school about animal-assisted therapy, can you please promise to give a review to thank her afterwards? Like that kind of thing. Because we need these things, unfortunately, these days. Yeah, so how did I do on time, by the way? Excellent. All right. Do we have extra time? Where are we with that? No, we're done. All right. Thank you so much.
That was incredible. All right. This is for our introverts that don't want to talk, and you don't have to. Are you an introvert that works with parents that doesn't want to talk publicly right now? Raise your hand. There's 1, 2, 3. All right. There you are. There you are. Good job raising your hands. You went into your growth zone. All right, give it up for our introverts. You know, as Elizabeth was talking, it made me think about a consulting client I had who works with parents and was doing a lot of tabling events. And we came up with this idea of buying one of those $10 bubble makers, and she started bringing it to events, and kids and parents would get trapped there. You know, everyone else is just handing out crappy swag. She just had bubbles. And literally these parents had to stand there for 10 minutes as their kids ran through the bubbles over and over and over. And she captivated all the parents at her tabling events. So if you work with kids and parents, steal the bubble idea. Before we take a break, I want to tell you about my grandma Sanok. So my grandpa and grandma Sanok lived in the Detroit area in a town called Monroe. Their parents came over from Poland, And so first generation working here, my grandpa worked at GM and would wake up most mornings at 5 a.m. He would then drive into Detroit, work his 9-hour day, drive back, and then they had the Sanok family store that he would work till probably 10 o'clock. Every night he had a half hour that he would watch the news, he would eat dinner with the family, and then go work in the store. And then my grandma, she would raise 5 kids while also working in the Sanok General Family Store. They had a busy, busy life. They dreamed of coming to northern Michigan. They bought property over by Crystal Lake, Frankfort area, and would come up once in a while as the kids started moving out of the house. But about 2 years after my grandpa retired, my grandma had breast cancer, and she died within about a year of it. The things that we're talking about here, retiring well, building lifestyle businesses, all of us probably have stories of our grandparents and great-grandparents that had to work so hard just to get to where they were at. And we get to stand on their shoulders. For all the issues we have in our world, our generation has a lot of things that are good. And so I see it as our responsibility to take what our parents, our grandparents, other people in our communities that they've done to fight for racial justice, to fight for equality, to fight for LGBTQ rights, whatever the thing is that your family history has to make the world a more peaceful, better place, we stand on those people's shoulders. And so I hope that we take what we're learning here today and yesterday, and we take it back to our communities in a way that just helps us make the world better in whatever way our little corner can be. So enjoy the break. We're going to come back here at 2:50. So we got about a 7-minute break. So go get some drinking water, go to the bathroom, have some brief talks. I'll see you here shortly. All right. Well, we've got Brandon who's on time, and we're just going to interview him unless other consultants join us. No. Melissa to the stage, Andrew to the stage. I don't know, is Nicole here? Is she back? I know she had some stuff with her practice. All right. Melissa, if we can get you on the stage, that'd be great. All right. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to be doing a Q&A discussion with some of our consultants here at Practice of the Practice. I know you've met all of them. There's Nicole also. Sweet. So we're going to be doing a Q&A for the next 20 minutes with the four of them. This is just to learn about their practices, how they think. They each have their own unique way of thinking about group practice. But just in a couple sentences, if I could just have each of you just kind of share a little bit. I know you know, most of everybody knows you, but just as a quick reminder of who you are as a practice owner and who you are as a consultant.
As a practice owner, I started solo practice end of 2019, really jumped in 2020, a couple weeks before the pandemic. That was fun. Been doing group for 3 years now. I've got 2 full-time, 2 part-time, and then a contractor. As a consultant, obviously the W-2 stuff and helping people transition, having done the 1099 to W-2. I'm also a big systems nerd, so all the different systems like Practice Vitals and stuff like that, how do you get your systems to drive effectively for you so you don't have to like drag them along with you? So that's kind of my two areas there.
Perfect.
Off to Brandon.
As a practice owner, I am in that phase of transitioning from solo to group. And so, yeah, I've been doing my group practice since 2022 and completely virtual at this time right now. As a consultant, I'm really interested in helping people who are making a transition into private practice, that they think they want to go into group practice, and help them really develop systems and things like that to help them scale and think through the process and developing or reinforcing the discipline necessary to be a practice owner.
Hello, I'm Melissa. I'm based in New Jersey. I know, woo woo. Yeah, I met a few of you here. As a practice owner, I have the really large in-network practice, but also the boutique-y out-of-network practice. Something I didn't say is that we really value specialty teams. So we train perinatal therapists. We have the only in-network Queer Eye community therapy group where it's by and for people who are part of the community, which is a huge retention thing as well. And then we also focus on recovery and sobriety. So we bring people in and train them to be specialists. We specialize in couples counseling. So any thoughts or questions along those lines. And then for consulting, I really love just solving the strategy puzzle with you. We'll get the whole business model out. We'll figure out what makes sense for you to do, how to supervisory billing work, just any of the things that you're before I go down this rabbit trail and waste a lot of time. I love helping people with that kind of thing. But probably best to work with someone who has a group and is trying to do a scale kind of thing.
Hi there, I'm Nicole. I have a Northern Michigan counseling practice with 4 locations and over 40 therapists, a mix of virtual, face-to-face, and full-time, part-time. And as a consultant, I really love helping folks who are maybe have one location and they're ready to take that leap and take that risk, which if you were a part of my discussion yesterday, I talked a lot about risk taking and how it's a necessity in the growth of your practice. And so I really love folks who are interested in, moving from one location to 2 and taking that leap. And I really love talking about marketing and relationship building within communities and community collaboration efforts as ongoing continuous referral sources. And I also love people helping people move from private pay to insurance, because I can say I would not have scaled to where I am if I wouldn't have taken that leap, which I really didn't want to do, but I knew it was necessary in my geographic location.
Well, to stay consistent, we're only doing a 20-minute Q&A. This could have been a full-day thing, but most likely my final closing keynote is going to end a little early. So if there's someone here that you're like, oh, I want to talk with them more about consulting or what they're doing, we'll have plenty of time afterwards. And then we also have the after party at Little Fleet that I think most of us are going to. So even if you're like, oh, I didn't get a question answered, I mean, we've got 15 minutes, so we're not going to do one question, then all 4 answer. So it's just a little taste here. So I'm going to ask some questions individually. I'd say if you have a follow-up kind of like answer, feel free, but just recognize our time. Let's start with, when do you think, Nicole, that people should start considering a second location?
Earlier today, you gave that 60% mark. And for me, not only do I bring new clinicians on when they get 60% full or when my practice gets 60% full, but when I am at max capacity. So if I have a 7-office location, all of my offices are full, all of my clinicians are, you know, over that 60% mark, or as a practice we're over that 60% mark, I'm looking at opening a new location. Also, if you just recognize markets within your geographic location. So I have 2 locations in one town, another location an hour and a half west, another location an hour south. So it also depends on the market that you want to capture. Specifically, you know, for me it was the need in northern Michigan. So when there's a need and when you notice that you're at capacity either with your physical space or your geographic location or just the number of clinicians you can handle in one occupancy, it's time to look at opening up another, especially if you want to scale and make more money. It's okay to talk about money.
Melissa, if I recall correctly from when I had you on the podcast at the very beginning, I think you had brought on 11 clinicians in 1 month. Have you beat that record yet?
No, but like crazily, we did do it again, and then we were like, "What is wrong with us?"
What does it take to bring on 11 clinicians in 1 month? Like, what's that take?
So to be fair, because we have like 3 locations and 4 sort of site directors, so it's not like me interviewing like 50 people to pick the 11. You know, so we have like different teams doing it, but we just found that there were some cadences in the year where like, you know, everyone's reaching out now, but we're like, "Do you have your license yet?" So you can't work for us yet, you know, so it just somehow works out that like August, September is like a huge time. Yeah, so we do a lot of planning, you know, we bring people on 6 weeks before, we launch marketing 5 weeks before, we obsess over their caseload, we get them there, we train them, you know, and then you can also just pack more of that in, like 5 people can do the day 1 training all together, you know, so, but everyone like basically loses their mind for a few weeks and then everyone's fine.
You just got to be prepared. You're going to lose your mind, but you got 11 new people that have onboarded.
Exactly,
Okay.
exactly.
All right. So Brandon, so you're going from, you know, solo to group. You've been working on that, doing the group practice launch program, now consulting. There's a ton of people that are in that same phase here. You know, we saw with Andrew's breakout session, a bunch of folks that are solo going to group or small group. What advice do you have for people that are early stage group practice?
3 things: mindset, discipline, humility. Mindset being internal, there's an internal shift. We like to try things, but instead of trying, you want to switch to a training mode, understanding that everything that you do is not going to successfully launch. So you learn from the mistake, and then you regroup. Discipline for me, I made it an acronym, is determinative success can inspire prolonged lingering inside nasty environments. And a lot of
thank God AI is transcribing that for us.
Determine if success can inspire prolonged lingering inside nasty environments. And those environments can be internal or external. And if you are comfortable with being uncomfortable, then when it's time to make those decisions about, oh, I need to let you go, or, oh, I need to do this thing, or I need to make this pivot, you're going to be okay because you've already internally said, oh, I've done it. I know that this is probably not going to be popular. Going from 1099 to W-2, that's probably not going to be popular with people because they're thinking numbers and, oh, my pay is about to drop and all of that stuff. And so you have to be comfortable with those decisions and those discussions. And humility for me is a blend of 3 things. It's strength, compassion, and openness. And it's not a 30, 30, 30. It's whatever you need in that moment. And sometimes you're going to be like Niagara Falls. Other times you're going to be like Lake Michigan.
Lake Michigan. Thank you. So Andrew, when you spoke in Cancun when we did Killin' It Camp down there, your talk was on the Legos of private practice, kind of the like building blocks. And you've helped lead the group practice launch program for a number of years now, co-led it. What do you see as the biggest differentiator between people that successfully launch a group practice in that, like, say, 6 to 12 months and those that fall flat on their face? Like, what do they do to do it well? Be honest.
Grit, honestly, like just sticking with it and just know, like, you're not going to know everything, and you got to figure out, like, you're the build the plane as you go person, and that's really it. So even now, going and transitioning with a bunch of the delegating out stuff, it's like, I haven't done this. We're going to figure this out. Tell me how I'm doing. And so, again, the humility thing and the grit, I think, is really it. And then just knowing all the plus one minus stuff. What do I want to keep, and do I need to keep it? And mostly, what do I hate doing, because I need to get rid of that first, so I can then focus on the stuff I can do. Yeah.
So that we don't have mic juggling, we're gonna start here and then come back. So Andrew, I'm wondering, like, what do you do to keep that balance between, like, your group practice and, like, kind of the needs right now compared to where you see where it could be, that kind of future versus present?
That's a hard question in some ways, because, like, the slide from Jill's about hurricane brain, we're all still kind of coming out of that. So just thinking ahead of, like, what's going to bring stability, and is this going to be stability and room to grow? So when I get there, is it going to hold space for what we need? I think is probably a big takeaway. Yeah.
Brandon, for you, what inspires you when you're thinking about your group practice?
Faithfully serving my generation. Again, for me, it's removing the stigma. As you can tell, as you can see, there's probably not a lot of people that look like me that's in the mental health space, but there's a lot of people that look like me that could probably benefit from mental health work. And so that's what inspires me, being in a position to say, you know what, this is not a dirty word. It's getting mental help. Getting mental health help is no different, and it's not as... think of it as going to get your tires rotated, or getting your oil changed, or getting the maintenance on your car. It's maintenance for the mind. It's helping you, because you only have one life. You can go get another car, you can replace your engine, but you can't replace yourself. And so that passion and that thought process is what drives me.
In a second, we're going to take a couple questions, so have them ready to go and who you're pointing those questions to. Melissa, you know, when people have practices as big as you and Nicole, it's like, oh, that'd be nice, that'd be amazing. When has your practice pissed you off the most?
Oh man, like, how long do you have? I would say probably the lowest low, but there's so many competitor moments. We went through, like, an absolutely hellish 10-month audit with Horizon Blue Cross Blue Shield, 2,500 claims we had to submit. We got feedback on 25 of them. $250,000 later, we emerge, pass the audit, they love us now. But just stuff like that where you're like, I didn't even know that was possible, much less like could have planned for it, you know, or just any of those things. Yeah, so that kind of pleasant surprise.
I'm gonna ask a follow-up question. What did you guys unintentionally do well to make that audit easier for yourself?
Absolutely nothing. But now that we are, as we learned how to get out of the audit, now we are like, masters of, like, CPT codes, reading all the documents, the 60-page contract, you know, like, we just have figured out exactly what they need us to do. So that next time we'll pass with flying colors first time.
Awesome. Nicole, same question to you. When has mental illness counseling pissed you off the most?
Oh, there hasn't been one moment, but
It's
I
just
will
collectively bad.
Well, no, it's lovely. I love it. I love it. But what I will say is, and I've talked about this in webinars before, you will have clinicians leave for lots of different reasons. And I think in the beginning, I took it so personally. It was about me. What did I do wrong? What could I have done? Why don't they like me? Why don't they like my practice? What did I do? And over the years, I've just learned to accept that this is part of what we do, right? Young clinicians are going to come on. They're going to want to make more money. They're going to go off and start their own practices. You don't offer something that another practice does. So what I've been doing now to kind of remedy that is when somebody says, Nicole, it's time for me to move on, I'm a cheerleader for them. I give them a high five as they're walking out the door, and most of the time they take their clients because ethically I feel like that's what's best for the clients. But I think in the beginning, one of the hardest things for me was that internal, like, what did I do? Why don't you like me? And I've just learned to accept that as part of the game. People are going to leave, and there's going to be fluxes in and out, and that's okay. And don't take it personally.
Amazing. All right. God, I feel like Oprah. This is awesome. Why was I standing here the
Do
whole
I get
time?
a car, Joe?
I should have.
I get a
your
car.
chair is, oh my gosh. So, do you have a question? Anyone have a question for any of our panelists? Raise your hand. No, you answered them all. All right. Oh, there we go. All right.
I'm pretty sure that everyone who hasn't been audited before is like super afraid of being audited. So where can we go to find information to prevent something bad from happening in an audit? So what has to be in the notes? What has to be, up to date, all the things?
Well, so I've only been audited once, and it's been a year and a half, and I've received no feedback still. So I have no idea how well we did, but it was a lot of claims. It was, I think, over 4,000 claims, 4,000 notes. Actually, it was the entire files, right, for 77 clients. So it ended up being over 4,000 documents. It was, fairly an easy process. We haven't gotten feedback yet, but if I could say anything, and you may agree with this, is just read your contracts. Every insurance company, it's going to want something different. And if you assume that Blue Cross wants the same thing that Priority Health does, you may be surprised. Do you have something to add to that?
I have so much to add. I'm just kidding. That was like, yours almost sounded worse than ours, so good. Thank you for that. But no, what I would say is I love Barbara Griswold, the insurance maze lady. She has a specific training called audits and record review, like something like that. But she just walks you through the different kinds. What's a risk adjustment? What's a pre-claim? What's a post-claim? Like just words that she's just talking gibberish until you've heard the first thing. Secondly, I think I did something on CPT codes. That was like, we had just missed the memo on that. National standard, same as the DSM. If you don't have that manual, buy it. It's like a Bible-sized thing, but just read every word on every page for the 5 codes we use. It's not, we're not like a hospital here, right? So know that stuff. And then thirdly, I think I'm doing like a webinar series on this in October, something about this. I was talking with Sarah about it. But yeah, so just it's just helpful to consult with somebody about what to do to prepare, because there is absolutely no need to not know what these insurance companies are looking for, except that they don't tell you clearly, and they don't even answer your questions right. So yeah, so preparing is 99% what I would recommend doing.
Awesome. And Sarah, let's see if we can get Barbara Griswold to help with that series too. If she's awesome, let's get her in there.
Totally, yeah.
Other questions? Yes? All right, getting my steps in.
Thank you. This question is for Melissa. I feel like I've heard a lot about once you hit 50 full-time employees, you have to do a bunch of things, you have to offer health insurance, whatever. Was getting to that point worth it for your practice? And what was kind of the biggest pain point once you got there?
Yeah. So I think for me, who said the thing about you get to be a job creator? So when I first made my original spreadsheet, when I was my employer said they can't give me a raise because they laid off 1,400 people, even though I'm amazing, which was what prompted me to open a solo practice. But when I sat down to look at it, I was like, I'm going to hire 8. This is going to be great. But 6 of the 8 people I hired were just so phenomenal that I was like, I want to give them opportunities. And so that was basically how we ended up with things, where I was like, Tova, you're getting as much outreach as the practice is. And you're just one of us, because she did perinatal mental health. She had great, just, everything. And so we were like, let's make a specialty team. Do you want to open a location? And then we had a really great supervisor who lived out in the suburbs. And I was like, everyone just moved to the suburbs. It's the pandemic. Do you want to open a location out there? And then we had another person who was also amazing. And I was like, do you want to open a third location? So it felt like it was more led by the people on the staff. And then we would learn along the way, what we would need to do to make that successful for them. But I always wanted to offer, so we offered health insurance from day one. We didn't have PTO, that we were lacking many things, but when I was coming up, I had to basically wait to get married to be able to take the crappy 1099 jobs that would get you the freaking hours. And so I wanted that from the beginning. I was like, I want people to be able to work full time and have health insurance, and that was how we did it. But yeah, I would say we weren't let's get to 50 so we can now be a large group insurance contractor, but there are perks that come along the way with just having that kind of scale, just lower fixed expenses, that kind of thing. Yeah, but I would say is it worth it? I look at our bank account 0 days of my life. It was much more about I just want to keep building something that can be this long-term professional home for people. And not everyone will appreciate that. I would say turnover was my second. I was like, should I talk about the audit or how awful turnover is?
Well, that's all the time we've got.
Yeah.
So find her in the lobby. Give it up for our consultants. Thank you so much. If you guys could just take your chairs and leave the stage with your chair, that'd be helpful. Thank you. All right. Well, this is what a conference that wants to keep people with ADHD involved looks like. So I'm going to invite my friend Lisa to this. Whoa, there, it is a mic drop moment. I mean, come on. So Lisa is my friend. She is the leader of Tilt Think Improv that now is Full Tilt Improv. We were introduced by my friend Pedro, who was on the stage yesterday at an event, and then literally, was it 3 flights in a row? I think it was. We were next to each other on the flights, and it was like, well, we just met each other, and now we are friends from flights. So
it was destiny. Yes.
It was destiny.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. So this is everything coming together. My business world and my improv world yet again. So in a moment, but not yet, we are going to be doing a training on how to use improv with your team, with your staff to build connections, using playful practices for therapists. If you're like, you know what, that's just not where I'm at, or I have some networking that I want to do with other people, or I just need a mental break before the final keynote, you're welcome to go into the lobby. And if you are staying, we're glad you're staying. It's a kind of choose your own level of participation. And so whether that's physically or emotionally, Lisa's going to walk us through a lot. But just know that we are not going to force you to do anything that you don't want to do. So going to give you just a minute to get up and go to the lobby if that's your choice. If you want to go do that, if you want to stay, stay. So we got 1 minute, and we'll kick it off in a minute. And I'm going to back up into a table.
Yeah, and if you decide to stay, it's going to be a lot of fun, and you do not need to come up on the stage. We're going to do a lot here on the ground as a group activities, and then a little bit for those who want to come up here. We'll have some fun where you can be an audience member to watch each other, make each other laugh. So, yeah, thanks.
All right, give it up for Lisa.
Thank you, Joe, my friend, and wow, I'm impressed by this guy. He always amazes me. So, as Joe said, my name is Lisa Thalvet, and I'm a facilitator, a coach, an educator, and an improviser. It's a very serious hobby that Joe and I do. So serious that when I got here in Traverse City, and there wasn't any improv place that was really alive to kind of take on a new member, I decided to start my own school and theater with the help of Joe and some other friends. And now we're about 30 strong, doing shows regularly, and also teaching classes. And for people that are interested in one-day performing, but a lot of people, just because they find it fills their life once a week to play with adults, because we're not doing a lot of that. We're playing just to be together, like the whole purpose is just for joy. And then my paying gig is as an educator. And the more I was doing improv and doing coaching educators and teachers, the more I saw the overlap of really, this is about connection, this is about building relationships, and this is about enjoying one another and having levity in our lives, for ourselves, for our teams, and having a culture of levity. So I have been doing for a few years a workshop called Leading with Joy and Levity, and it crosses all kinds of industries. You know, whatever work you're doing, it seems to really resonate with people. And I thought to give you a little sneak preview on what that's like to participate in that. And this requires us to participate, and so we do need to set the room for that. And what we want to do is we're going to have one group. We're going to make a circle standing here in the middle. So if you could help, we're going to move chairs to the side so that we've got space to play. All right, yes, look at, we have an oblong circle here. All right, we are gonna play a game. It's called Whoosh, Boing, Pow. And I'm gonna teach you this game just one step at a time. Yeah, just because we have some movements happening. All right, so the first action of this game is the whoosh. And I am going to can imagine I've got some energy in my hand, and I'm going to whoosh that energy to the person next to me. And then you're going to whoosh, 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 all the way around till it gets back to me. All right, are you ready to whoosh? Yeah. All right, here we go. Whoosh. Whoosh. Okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Okay. So we got the whoosh down. All right. Now the second part of this game is boing. And how that works is if I do a whoosh like this, well, the person next to me could say boing. And if she said boing to me, that means it bounces back to me, and then I have to push the whoosh this way. So let's try. We've got whoosh and boing. Let's try that. Whoosh. 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 All right, okay. All right, that's called a double boing right there, double boing. All right, we're gonna stop right there. Well, you didn't get to play at all. Well, we're gonna get away that everybody gets to play. So the third is the pow, and the pow is when you can send the energy across the circle. So if you whoosh me, whoosh. Now, you've just been powed, and you can either whoosh to the left or to the right. We won't boing a pow, but you can whoosh it to the left or the right, and then it will continue around the circle. And so that's now a new option. We've got whoosh, boing, and pow. You can pow a pow too, yes. So whoosh to the left or right, or you can also pow across the circle. And a successful pow is really being very confident and clear on who you're powing. So if I said pow, you're not quite sure who's going to get it. So you saw I stepped forward and I gave direct context. So could you whoosh me again, please? Whoosh. Pow. Whoosh. Yeah, all right, yeah. Okay. So we're doing whoosh, we're doing boing, and we're doing pow. And we had laughter in there. And when is that laughter happening? If you think back, when are we laughing? When we are mess up or on the verge of messing up. The fun is actually right where the struggle is. And it probably rings true with the work that you're doing, that we have levity when there is this moment of struggle, but our brain realizes, oh, everything's okay. I'm just going to laugh. And so that's why levity and comedy and laughter is just so good for all of us as individuals and for our communities that we're in. So you could imagine that if you were to do this with, we kept doing this for another 10 minutes, we might start to get bored with whoosh, boing, and pow. And that's why what's so great about this game is the number of rules you can have in this game is endless. I'm going to teach you a couple more. No, just know that this is accelerated more than you would normally do this, but just to give you an idea of how you can really expand this game. So we've got whoosh, boing, and pow. Another one would be oil slick, and that's where it skips a person. So if I get whooshed from whoosh. Joe, I can say oil slick, and it skips this person, it goes to the next person, and then you can do a whoosh or a pow. All right, let's give it a try. Want to whoosh me? Whoosh. Whoosh. we go. Boy.
Wendy's not taking it.
Oil slick.
Whoosh.
Oil slick. Pow. All right, we're gonna stop right there. Okay, so there's oil slick, and one more is dance party, and how that works. If somebody says dance party, we all come to the center, dance it out, and change places, and whoever has it continues to hold the whoosh. So let's give that a try. So you got a dance party. The brave person is going to do a dance party. We're all going to move places. That person holds it, and they do a whoosh or a pow. Here we go. Whoosh. Whoosh.
Dance party.
All right, that is whoosh boing pow, and we'll just stop right there. Okay, we have another rule. Okay, Joe, you want to teach Viking?
If someone says, "So whoosh me," if I say Viking, then I become the Viking, and then the people on my sides are paddling like they're on a Viking ship. So Viking, and then whoosh. So whoosh, 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 pow. Viking.
And you're rowing, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. You guys got it. And so you're playing this until everybody, they've mastered, and then you're introducing the next level and the next level. So you could have I've seen groups where we're doing it, and you're just making up rules on the spot. You're not even announcing what that rule is. So if we were doing this, and I all of a sudden said, dance party, and I started moving, you're in such a group mind that, all right, we know that's the new rule. It's now an option, and you can just make up rules. So it's really fun to play with groups. All right, I am going to just talk about the tenets of improv, just because I think you recognize how these do apply to a lot of different things. And I know you saw improv yesterday, and maybe you felt like that's a little bit of magic happening there. How do they do that? I want to share a little bit of some of the guidelines that we use as improvisers. Joe, do you mind? I'm going to say, hold up a placard, except for the two in the back, and I'll just go from there. These are our tenets. Okay, the first one is listening. Listening always makes the, how to be better at something. You need to be a better listener. Listening in improv, what that means is the willingness to change. So let me explain how that would look. If I'm in an improv scene and I'm doing this, and I think in my mind, I'm raking right now, obviously, and my scene partner comes in and they say, oh, Margaret, when you're done vacuuming the living room, do you think you could vacuum the hallway? And good listening I have to have a willingness to change. So I think I'm raking, and I would say, absolutely, I'll get to that hallway, and then I'll get the stairs if that's what you want, sweetie. So I've changed in the moment. That's good listening in improv, is taking whatever's been there and changing for that. The next one is play. I mentioned it earlier. Us playing as adults doesn't happen so often. And again, that definition being engaging in something purely for the joy of it. There is no agenda. There is no expectation. There's no goal or KPI. I'm reaching with this. I am engaging because I want to have enjoyment with the other people I'm with. So that is a big part of improv, is if I have fun, the audience is going to have fun. All right, support your partner. This one is so cool because rarely are you improvising by yourself. You're usually with at least one other person. And we have this way of viewing this person that we're playing with. Our job is to make them look just incredibly like a genius. And they're trying to make me look like a genius. And if you've got two people trying to make each other look brilliant, you're gonna look brilliant. And so we are just supporting this person. Whatever they say is amazing that they just said that. And I knew you were gonna say that. It's so brilliant. I'm gonna add to that, and we're gonna look brilliant together. Then we've got fail with flair. Because of the alliteration, the fail with flair. Of course, failure isn't really what we're doing, but we are doing, just like we failed in our whoosh, boing, pow, that's where the funny is. So we really dig into where there's the bumps and the bubbles and the mistakes. That's our gold. And so I'll give an example. When I was doing a scene, somebody had, in the scene, they had taken poison, and they were really stumbling with this poison they had just taken. And I said, "Oh, quick! Somebody get the anecdote for them." And I said anecdote instead of antidote. And so it was a genuine mistake, but that's where the funny is. So then everybody was telling this person funny stories in order to make sure they would survive the poisoning, right? And so that's what we can do as well in our work. There are things that are very serious, and we need to take them serious, but let's also recognize when can we just roll with when it goes wrong and actually enjoy it. And we have, drum roll, a very famous part of improv is the yes and, or the and yes, as Joe displays. So yes and, the corporate world has adopted this as well. I'm sure you've heard this. This is the idea of agreement, an abundance of agreement. We have to find something that there's something in there we can agree on, and we're gonna build on that. And I'm not only gonna agree with you, I'm also gonna see how I can layer on and build with you. And that's what we do in improv, is we're each just giving one idea at a time. It's not on one person's shoulder to invent the whole scene. It's two people building that scene together through yes and. So those are some of our tenets of improv. Yes. So what we are going to do next is we're going to use this space to walk around in no particular pattern or order. And I'm just going to go away from this for a moment. We're just walking in this space around, and we're seeing each other, looking each other in the eyes. And no pattern, just do a random walk in this space and listen out for my instructions. So go ahead, walk around. All right, 3 elbows. And 3 elbows, you're gonna find some people to make 3 elbows with. See if you can find 3 elbows. You got 3 elbows? You got some? You got 3 elbows? All right, we got 3 elbows. All right, walk around. That way? You're doing, no, not with the elbows. You can be an individual again. And then that would be fun, though. 2 knees. 2 knees. Everybody has a knee? Okay, got knees? All right, great, walk around. Seven pinkies. All right, you figured it out that you got 2 pinkies yourself, don't you? And then you can borrow from each other. Great. All right, walk around. All right, stop where you are. Close your eyes and point to an exit. Keep with your eyes closed. All right, open your eyes. See how you did. All right, walk around with your eyes open. And stop. Close your eyes. All right. point to where Joe is. Keep your eyes closed. And just guess if you're not sure. All right, open your eyes. There he is. All right. Okay, walk around again. Okay, stop. Go. Doing some stop. Go. Jump. And keep walking. Clap. Keep walking. Yeah. Jump. Keep walking. Stop. Go. And melt. Spirit. Melt in yeah. Yes. Melt in spirit. Melt in spirit. All right. No, you all did great. You all did great. All right. And walk again. Okay, stop. Right where you are. We are going to continue this stop, go, jump, clap, and melt. We're going to continue that, but nobody's going to call it out. You are going to be, as a group, helping to lead and follow. So walk, you can go, and you've got the options of jump, clap, stop, go, and melt. Melty. All right, stand up and let's go into a circle. Yeah, a little bit of workout, yeah. So now how was that? So we were doing it and I was leading you with my voice. And then I said, no one's gonna lead. We're gonna just do it through group leading and following. How successful do you think we were compared to how you thought it might go? It's pretty good, yeah. And if you had led, like initiated any of those things, how did that go for you? And if you were following, like what did you see that helped to make that successful? Commitment. Yeah, just going for it. Eye contact. Yes. Yeah, for example, in
just kind of seeing people's reactions when it was like hands were moving and it was like yes.
Getting as much attention as you could. Yeah, great.
Also listening as well, paying attention to the shifts. And so hearing somebody do this and then kind of triggering, okay, it's time to do that.
Yeah, because it's probably the most subtle one, isn't it, that I'm still right now. So yeah, if we were to practice that, I think we would get our spidey senses up to even for the subtle ones. But yeah, I did see that as well. Anything else on that?
I'd say observing the desire to be led or to lead.
Yeah, just talk a little bit more about that.
There are times when I wanted just to do something, but other times I was like, oh, someone else, please just do it.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll just follow. So just observing the shift inside of myself.
Yeah, oh, that's nice. Yeah, that we want to contribute, and yet we don't want to over contribute, and then there's this pressure that I've decided to contribute, and so then there's, if we had done this a little longer, and in workshops we do it a little bit longer, so this is really, it's seamless where we don't even see who the leader is. For example, if we're walking, the groups get so good where they're like you can see. I'm about to clap. You guys ready? Yeah. So if you were just listening, you didn't know that was a clap, and then the claps followed. So, yeah. So, did you want to say something else?
Being present, I think. Being present, inclusive of everyone, and also
I love the melt because it's this really almost cult-like thing that just happened. It's like, oh no, are they serving Kool-Aid, or what's happening? It's not good. But it seems really weird, but it feels really cool too. And levitus, it doesn't really elicit a laugh, but it's like, wow, that was cool. Thank you for playing that game together. I would like you to now find a partner and maybe somebody you don't know.
I'll go with yelling. If we end at 4, then I can have a little time to pitch you.
Okay,
so
let's
to
do
really
it.
hire her, and then we have time to get the thing set back up.
Okay, great. Okay. So we're going to go through a series here. And do you mind if I borrow you for a second? All right. We are going to count alternatively the numbers. So it's very easy. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And I didn't mention up to 3. So 1, 2, 3, and then back to 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. That's all you're going to do with your partner right now is alternate counting to 3. All right. All right. Hopefully you got a little bit of flow going there. Of course, once you get flow going, we have to add a wrinkle because that's where the fun is. So we are going to replace the number 1 with a movement. So we make a movement like this. Okay, so this is instead of 1. Mm-hmm. Ready? 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3. Like that. So decide on a movement together and then replace the 1. All right, we'll stop right there. So I'm enjoying watching the gestures you're coming up with. Some of them are rude, but they're really fun to watch. All right, So we're now going to replace the number 2 with a movement. So we're going to have a 1 with our movement and the number 2. So we'll make let's do that's number 2. Okay. So 3. 3. All right, find a second movement. All right, finish that up. Finish it up. All right. So you can guess it. We're going to replace the number 3 with our final movement. All right, your turn. All right, we got some flow going there, yeah. So, in theory, that's the quietest time for it, but we had so much laughter that it was great. It's exactly the kind of noise we want, is all that laughter. I just want you to reflect on how it was when you were alternating speaking, and then you had speaking and movement, and then the final was all movement. Did you find one easier than the other, or what happened during that evolution?
I screwed up more than 3 times.
I found one pattern was easier than 2 patterns. So like if we were only speaking or only doing the movements versus the middle one was the hardest, or the middle ones were the hardest for me.
Mixing the speaking and the movement together. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yes. And I do hear some people will say the speaking was the easiest. Some say the movement was the easiest. I think it also says something about individuals as to where their comfort is as well. Any other experiences with that? Okay, good. All right, and now I want you to switch partners. We need pairs again, so switch somebody. Okay. So your mission is, if you choose to accept it, this game is called Giving a Gift, and can I borrow you for this? All right. One of you is going to give a gift to your partner, and if you stand right here, then everybody can see us. Now, of course, I don't have a gift, but we're improvisers, so I am going to show you the size and the weight of the gift, and then you're going to accept it. And when you take it, you're going to take it with the same size and weight as that I gave it, and then you're going to say what it is. So you might be inspired with it, but you're going to just say what it is, and then I am going to say, that's right, I gave you that because, and I'm going to give the reason why I gave that gift. Now, of course, we're making it up, and we're doing lots of yes and as we do this. All right, so I'll just move this to the side. You ready for your gift?
Amazon package.
Is it Amazon package? Do you want to open it?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Oh, recordings, food.
Yeah, I gave you a potpourri of recordings, music, and lots of food, because I know you've been in your house a lot and you need a little bit of entertainment.
Exactly, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay. All right, so you're going to do that with your partner. Decide who's the gift giver, who's the receiver, and first one's going to give some information through your body, and the other one's going to name it, and then you go back to saying why you gave it, justify it. And once you've done it one time, switch if you haven't already. Switch if you haven't. Did you already?
I was going to say Carr, but toes came out, so I knew you had a problem with eating toes.
We'll bring people together. All right, finish up your gift giving. Yes, everybody got their gift? You can finish up. Yeah, you're good. All right. I'm curious what gifts were given. Who wants to share? What? Aww. A A whole boat? Oh, goat. We had lots of animals being exchanged here. Oh, that's very thoughtful. Like a taxidermied? Or so thoughtful. What is it again? 20-foot tall umbrella. Wow, 20 feet. Wow. Amazing. Yeah, thank you. All right, so as I was alluding to, this is really giving us some practice in the yes and. You know, there was nothing there, but together you gave a little bit of information to each other and you inspired each other. So as I make my body gestures, I don't know what it is, but the other person's imagining something, and we say yes to that. And it feels really good when people say yes to our ideas, and there's no judgment like, that's the best idea ever. It's a stuffed owl. Wow. Who would have thought of that? So you guys you're killing it with the yes and part of improv, which is so important. All right, we're going to do just tiny little storytelling here, and we're going to stay in a circle. This game is called I'm a Tree, and I'm going to need to go in the circle for this, but it start off with one person in the middle saying I'm a tree, and then one at a time, we're going to go up to 3 people. So I'm a tree. One person's going to add on that associates with a tree. For example, I'm a squirrel. And the third person will associate with a squirrel and a tree. And they might say, I'm a nut. So I'll show you how it goes.
So I'm a tree. I'm a swing.
So we need an association to that.
I'm a child.
A child. It's a beautiful vignette. It always goes just to 3. The person who starts says, I'm a tree, and I'm going to take the swing. And so those 2 people leave the circle, and the person who stays repeats what they are. Oh, I'm a child. I'm a child. And a whole new scene starts. The child's not on a swing.
Say, I'm a diaper.
And then we need one more association.
I'm baby powder.
Yeah. And then you're going to say, I'm a child. I'm going to take either diaper or baby powder. I'm a child. Taking baby powder.
Oh, okay.
And then?
I'm a diaper.
Yeah.
I'm the old lady who needs the
All right, you say, I'm an old lady.
I'm an old lady.
Oh.
I have slippers.
Aww.
Okay, I think the comfy couch is staying.
Comfy couch. I'm a comfy couch.
I'm a comfy couch.
I'm a television.
There's a dog. I'm a couch, and I'm going to take either the dog or the television.
With somebody.
You're going to take one of these 2. And we're left with?
I'm a big screen television.
I'm a child circus.
Yeah, right there. And we're going to end right there. Yeah. Well done. Once again, and I could see little scenes starting from that. And this is association. Again, you don't need to make it up all yourself. You're there together, and you're physically representing it, and it just brings so much fun when we're building stories together. All right, we are now going to move into our improv mode, where we can bring the chairs here, and we'll have some people come up and play who would like to play some games with us. Yes, that's exactly.
Why don't we start with the aisle and then work out? Yep. So we're gonna scoot over just a little bit. Start here. Yeah, I'll start with that. We're gonna be aisles. And then just line up there. Line up there. Yep. Let's do that that way a little bit. Perfect. Line these up. Give those off forward. You are brilliant. Brilliant people.
We're going to play a game that's called a hitchhiker, and this is how it works. So Joe is going to be driving a car, and there's a passenger. We'll pretend there's, well, let's get can we have somebody come up here and be a passenger with Joe? Yes, yes. Let's give him our hands. We support our partner, yes. And look, they're driving down the road, and they see a hitchhiker. So whoever's this hitchhiker is going to bring a unique characteristic as they sit down, and the two people that are in the car are going to adopt that characteristic. They're going to mirror it because they're going to support me and make me feel like my idea is the best idea. We'll see how that goes.
We just left the ball together. We each found our Prince Charming. Yes.
Tell me about your Prince Charming.
He's so beautiful and handsome and wonderful. I lost one of my glass slippers. I hope to find him tomorrow.
Oh, I hope so too. Did anybody want some tea? I've got a teapot
I
here.
love tea. I love tea as well. Oh, thank you. I have some cream here for you as well. I love cream.
Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers. Oh, my word. I do need to get to the second ball of the evening, so I'm going to just pull over and will you just drive from here? Sure.
So that's how the game continues, is the driver figures out, makes a reason to leave. It could just be, I need to go. And then we scoot down, and then we have a new hitchhiker. And we will keep our prim and proper characteristic, and that new hitchhiker is going to bring a different characteristic, which we will adopt. So we need a new hitchhiker here. Oh, dear.
I love the tea. It's so fantastic.
It is. You look wonderful, might I say.
You too.
Thank you very much. Oh, there's a hit.
What are y'all doing in here?
This is the worst day.
It's awful. My day's
I hate
worse.
this day.
I
This
bet
is
my
the
day is
worst
worse
day
than
I've
yours.
ever had.
My day's worse.
No, this is the worst day for me.
No,
What?
I never picked you up.
My
Yeah,
parents. Oh, they're so annoying.
My parents. Oh, they're so
I
boring.
bet my parents are worse than your parents.
Maybe. All parents are the worst.
They're the worst.
God.
But mine are still the worstest. You know what? Because my parents are the worstest, I'm gonna get out of the car.
He would get out of the car.
You would. That's
His parents probably aren't even the worst.
Yeah, his parents are probably making him go. Wonder if there's any other hitchhikers today.
I hope so.
They're the worst. Oh my gosh, here's a hitchhiker.
Hello. I like to talk deep, slow voice.
I like to do that too. Yeah.
It's really cool out there, huh?
I think it's really cool. I think you're kind of cool too.
You're cool too. You're both cool.
Thanks, man. Yeah. It's true.
We're so cool.
I love your green shirt.
Thanks.
Yeah, that green's really cool. It looks cool on you. So cool.
Thank you. I love this green shirt too.
I love the sandals too. Yeah, you know, we're so cool. We're gonna go to the somewhere cold. That's how cool we are. We're gonna go to Antarctica. You know what? I think I'm lost. I'm gonna go ask for directions. All right, I'll be back.
Good job to all of our hitchhikers. Well, I'm going to let Lisa do just a couple closing comments in just a minute, but can you see why I don't have to do ab workouts? Because I do this every week with Lisa. So one thing, so Lisa, she used to be a headmaster in Europe. She travels all over the nation doing keynotes. When it comes to who's a baller, she's a baller. She is doing this totally free for us, and that's why I want to just say, you should hire her for your team, because she will come in and just work with your group practice, do this stuff all day, help you vision, bring in whatever kind of thoughts you have or values or challenges, and do that in a playful way. I mean, just think, this was a little under an hour, and she got us laughing and just joking at our mistakes. There's so many applications for improv to just life and your business and all these things. So Lisa has some QR codes that you can scan to just book a time to chat with her over here. She also has some handouts. Would love for you to work with my friend Lisa. Give it up for Lisa one more time. So I'm going to let Lisa have the final comments for her talk, and then we're going to give you just a couple minutes. 4:10 is when things kick off for my closing keynote, so just make sure you're back in here by that time. But Lisa, thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Joe, and you really did a nice summary there. That I really believe this, that there's human beings are very complex, but laughter cuts through a lot of that. And the kind of my thesis on this is that it really builds strong communities as we laugh, because a laughter really is a lightning bolt to all of our hearts. It connects us in that moment, and so I think it builds resilient teams. And we have really tough. We have very tough. I'm not choking up. I'm not choking up. I have actual a little frog in my throat. We do have really tough work and jobs. I'm in education, so working with a lot of families and a lot of children and a lot of teachers. I'm in the human being business. I'm in the human potential business, and I found it's just magic and a salve that can really heal a lot as we have a culture of levity. And so that's what I like to bring to teams. So thank you for playing and getting out of your comfort zone, not knowing what we're going to do at all, and just going for it. I really appreciate it. I do have a handout. I have 2 games on here. I do have the Give a Gift game, and it's called Late for Therapy. It was played yesterday during the show, and my contact information is on here. So if you're interested in picking that up, you can. And I do have the QR code and some business cards if you want to continue talking. So thank you very much.
We'll see you in 10 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. How's everybody doing? Woo, 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 woo. All right. Well, can we shut that door? Thanks. Awesome. Well, can you believe we're at the end of this? I feel like we just started it. My team's like, oh, I could just keep going. No. Well, those of you that joined me for the improv training, how much fun was that? For Lisa, oh my gosh. Lisa's going to stick around for the closing remarks. So I don't forget at the end and then it just gets like washed out. I want to make sure we do some thank yous now. First, we want to thank Matt, who's done all of our sound and lights and music. And Will, who is behind that one-way mirror doing the live stream. Between the 2 days, we've had about 100 people. So he's been doing that from multi-angles and everything. I'll give some other thank yous in a second, but all of the speakers are going to get a copy of their talk, which will be professional, multi-angled. Any of you that are in our membership community or that are doing any one-on-one consulting or sign up for that, you're going to get access to the entire library from this event. And so that's going to be just so awesome to be able to have. So we've got that. Also want to make sure we thank our sponsors. All of our sponsors made this happen. I couldn't have afforded to do this on my own. So thank you to all of our sponsors. Most of them, as I'm talking to them, are like, yeah, we're in for next year. This was amazing. So if you had a good time, will you clap? Yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, I know I've thanked my team a number of times, but so many of you have come up to me and said, oh my gosh, Joe, you did such a great job. And my response is almost always the same, where I have such a great team that unfortunately stays awake at night thinking about some of these things and is so clear on details in the areas that I am not. I could not have pulled this off, nor would have I remembered all the things that these ladies did. I'm so grateful to have you in my life, in my business. Thank you for all you've done to keep this on track. They truly are the workhorse that made this happen. I just get to be the face that you clap for. So let's give it up for them. Also, all of our consultants that you've met through talks and the Q&A, they get to expand what we do. So, and I'll talk a little bit about consulting in a minute, but they are amazing. They have all their different niches and ways that they contribute to the conversation. Truly that thing that we started with, that idea that we're stronger together, that I don't have the corner market on knowledge. So give it up for the consultants. And then lastly, our speakers. I mean, how awesome, were our speakers. Oh my gosh. To pack in that level of information in 20 minutes, and you all came in on time. Well done to all of you. You've set quite the standard for next year. So thank you for all of the speakers that spoke and contributed to this. So give it up for them. It's funny, we were just talking about, lifestyle blueprint and, do you have a lifestyle business or are you thinking about KPIs? And I'm like, oh, I should change my final slides. But I do want you to think through, is there one thing from this that you can say, this is my key performance indicator for the next month? Maybe you're still having nightmares from what Andrew said about 1099s versus W-2s. Thinking through, what are the things that's your one big takeaway? You probably have pages of notes. You probably have lots of things swirling around in your head. But one question that I've asked myself for a while, and it's from the book, The One Thing. So Gary Keller, who started Keller Williams, and Jay Papasan, who I got to meet when I did my TEDx talk. I had such star power, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I get to meet Jay. He became a friend that, when I was down in Austin, got to hang out with him and his wife, and got to hang out and go to the movies and get to see Austin. It was just like the power of being around someone that you're on the same stage with. But their book was one of the first business books that I read, and the central question in that book is, what is the one thing that if you did that, everything else would be easier or useless? So for me to think about what that looks like, early on, it was, okay, I'm doing a lot of counseling myself. It's a side gig counseling practice to pay off student loan debt. if I hire a couple people, I almost said contractors, we're not recommending that anymore. If I hire a couple people to do just some side gig counseling too, while I have my full-time job, it's going to make it easier. And then the next year it was, okay, I started practice the practice. If I can just get a couple consulting clients that are like twice my rate of counseling, well, that would make things easier. Then it was, okay, if I had a mastermind group where, I had a group of like 6 people that what they were paying increased my hourly, like that would make things easier. And then it was a membership community, it was growing the podcast. It was saying with a single focus, what is that thing that's going to make everything else easier? So last year, one of the big things was if we had more podcast sponsors and higher quality guests, that would make things easier to have a broader reach and to just pay for other parts of the business that maybe break even more than other areas. And so Naranda really helped with like the sponsor load and keeping track of all of the things that we've committed to. So that last year was our best year financially with the podcast sponsorship. So when you have that singular focus, you're able to do more things. One thing in that book, the one thing that really stood out to me, is they have this image where it has a circle and it has arrows going in 12 directions. And it's an inch in 12 different directions. Or there's another image that has a circle with 1 foot and 1 arrow. And that idea of, do I want to go a foot and then stop and go another foot and then stop and then do another foot? Or do I want to keep going an inch in 12 different directions? I am a curious person. I have a lot of different directions I like to try to go, but I need to rein things in and say, what is best for the business? What's best this year for the business? So I want you to think about this next month and to think about what is that KPI for you? And we're going to have a chance to do a little bit of sharing to kind of wrap this up. Having me be your final keynote, I'm not going to talk a ton, even though I just did. But I want to hear from you in a few minutes. Just are there any KPIs that stand out to you for the next month that you're like, you know what, if I say this publicly, I just might feel like I do it a little bit more. So would love to hear from just a handful of you. Are there things that in the next month you're like, yes, I want to try to do this in the next month? Just go ahead and raise your hand if you have something.
I am going to take a better look at my Google business pages. And even though I check on them, I get the emails, I'm really going to go in there and I'm going to see what I can do to boost that up a little bit and just be curious and play with it a little bit.
Yay, that's awesome. And I'll be able to be accountable for that because I still get alerts on the mental wellness counseling Google page. Brandon.
Oh. I'm going to really consider doing more of a hybrid practice and investing in the community and being local and building that brand locally.
It's awesome. Yes. What else are you thinking you want to do in the next month?
I want to go back to marketing because I, during COVID, just pretty much stopped other than online stuff.
Yeah.
And some of like local, yokel church and restaurants and things like that, but going in person again.
Yes. Let's talk about how to break these down a little bit. So when we have a KPI, key performance indicator, we want to look at that project. So say we're doing marketing. You know, we'd want to think through what is success with that, almost like a treatment plan. Okay, like how are we defining that? With our clients, we say, okay, you say you're anxious. What's that mean? Well, I wake up 5 mornings a week with a stomach flip and, you know, as if Joe called on me on stage. So what does that look like to be better at marketing? So we'd want to define that. And then to say, okay, we've got 4 weeks. If we were to just say, what's the project of the week for each of those things that if I finish this, well, then naturally the next step would be this, the next step would be this, the next step would be this. And so when we start to break it down like that, then we're just taking a small bite. We're saying this week the project is look into marketing with pay-per-click or look into marketing, you know, at some conventions in town or whatever we decide it's going to be. So I want to encourage you to then break it down by week for the next month. So what will you do? See, again, that was smaller giggles than the other picture from our photo shoot. So maybe it's not going to reinforce. I have a bunch of photos like this from our family photo shoot. I'm going to pepper them in over time. So what will you do in the next month? So here's just a couple ideas. So you could train someone to do what you do. So a lot of you, you know, as we've talked lifestyle businesses, as we've talked about positioning your business to sell. What's one area that's on that hate list that we talked about on day one that you could say, you know what, I really need someone to take this over? For a lot of you, it may be phone calls. Like, why are you answering your own phone? There's plenty of virtual assistant companies out there. There's plenty of people that would love to, do that for you, to be a job creator, to think about what's something that I could train someone else to do. I remember I had this guy he was a consulting client in Orange County, and he was charging private pay $600 or so per session. And when we did our pre-consulting call, his wife was on the call. I actually talk about him with his permission in the book. And his wife said, if Jerry doesn't slow down, he's going to have a heart attack. He signed up for consulting, and guess what happened between our pre-consulting call and our first session? The man had a heart attack. He had an enormously successful practice, was making gobs of money, but his life was in shambles because of how essential he was. Now, he had a mindset, because he came out of the hospital system, like suicidal ideation, all that he wanted to sign off on every single client that came in and then assign them to every single clinician. This was happening for 50, 60 clinicians. Every single one he had his fingerprint on. Now, our first conversation was not about assistance. It was not about anything that had to do with his business. It was, Jerry, what's something that for you would represent being free again? And he said, honestly, and he had a leg amputated when he was younger. He said, honestly, to be able to go back and go snowboarding. I feel alive when I drive up into the mountains of California and go snowboarding. And I said, what day of the week for you feels like you're totally playing hooky? And he said, Wednesdays. I fucking hate Wednesdays. I'm like, okay, Wednesdays are now your snowboarding day. And so we use that as the hook for, if we can get you to snowboarding on Wednesday, what do we have to do? Well, you can't be available on Wednesdays because you're out snowboarding. So then that backed up to, what's going to happen if you have a suicidal client that gets referred? What's going to happen? What do you need to know? What information needs to happen? So we started with that thing that was, we're training someone to make you non-essential. So if we start with what's giving you that joy, what do you want to do? What's your snowboarding? That's a great way to then say, well, what do I need to train other people to do? So if you think about, if I was snowboarding all day, what's going to fall apart? Well, then you're going to have your checklist of what you actually operationally need to work on in your business. And that's a little more compelling than just saying, I'm doing a KPI for Joe. No, it's I get to go snowboarding guilt-free on Wednesdays, or your version of that. Then that's going to lead us into outsourcing more, to look at outsourcing to people, to processes, to technology, to have better systems that can actually scale. So what gets you to 5 clinicians is going to be different than what gets you to 10 clinicians. What gets you to 10 is going to be different than what gets you to 20 or 30 or 50. If Melissa's going to go from, say, 50 or 60 and she wants to get to 200, that's going to be different than what got her here. And maybe her stomach flipped right then, which I hope it did. But we're going to have to figure out some different systems. And oftentimes that means having other people that have done what you want to do come alongside you. Next, we want to look at your hard and your soft boundaries. Okay, so I have a Harvard Business Review article that I wrote on boundaries where I talk through this. If you just type in my last name plus Harvard Business Review, it'll come up. If I was smart, like all of our speakers, I would have had a QR code that would have sent you there, but I didn't. So the idea is that soft boundaries are sort of experimental boundaries. They're ones that you're like, you know what? I want to try to see what would happen if 2 nights a week I stop checking my phone after 6 p.m. Does the world fall apart if I stop checking my email or stop checking my phone or returning calls on a Tuesday and a Thursday? We try it out. We experiment with it. We look at the numbers. We say, how am I going to make a good decision here? And then those soft boundaries that we experiment with move into hard boundaries. They're hard and fast. I wrote a book about why you shouldn't work on Fridays, or at least have a 4-day work week. So if I take on a consulting client that only can see me on Fridays, I'm a big old hypocrite. All right? So I'm not going to ever take a consulting client on a Friday. But if Jen texts me, because text is kind of above Slack, I'm not checking Slack on Fridays, but if she texts me on a Friday and says, dear Lord, give me a call, I'm not going to be like, I wrote a book about Thursday's the new Friday, and this is my Saturday, Jen. No, I'm going to be like, what's on fire? Let me help you. We'll then reverse engineer the thing that was on fire and say, are there things that we have control over? Or is this just something that happened? Because there may be things that we're doing incorrectly that cause those things to happen to put Jen in a stressful situation. That we want to mitigate that because I want to keep Jen on the team. I don't want her to be burned out. And we may have to then look at systems, but to then have those hard boundaries allows us then to step into the energy of when we're actually working on the business. And then last, learning from others. I mean, look at the experts in this room. There were so many talks that when I was back by the team, I'm like, we should be doing that. We should be doing that. I'm sure they were taking mental notes or actual notes too. Seeing our consultants taking notes like crazy. None of us have the corner market on knowledge. And so learning from other people, being around other people helps us grow so much faster. So I want to just briefly talk about a couple things that I've got some questions on. I'm not going to do some big old sales pitch around this, but we do have all of our consultants, and we're doing a deal where we're giving half off on consulting. So if you want to get single sessions with them, it's $7.95 for any consultant. You can use the QR code. You can come up here. If you want a longer-term plan, we can just quickly talk about that, and we can get that set up with you before you leave. If you're not sure, we'll figure out a time to chat outside of this conference. But doing consulting, what it typically looks like if you're doing it long term is that you'll meet with someone. So Brandon just is going to be meeting with some folks. So it's going to be an hour meeting your first time. You're going to dig in, kind of look at all your KPIs, what's working. Then you're going to meet for 30 minutes 2 weeks later. And then it's every other week, for a half an hour. We found that really helps you kind of have that next bite instead of just a ton of bites that you need to take. To say, I'm going to dig in, I'm going to get things done. We're going to work on implementation instead of information. Where you get the information, if you're doing consulting, is in the Practice Academy. You get full access to that. So that's 12 live meetings a month, over 30 e-courses, a whole community of people that you get to ask questions to dig in with your group practice. So we want that community to be where the information is, and that really the consulting is implementation. I remember when I first signed up with consulting with Jaime Masters. So when I launched Slowdown School, I did this huge, I had all these different amazing people in my mind on the podcast. I thought, oh my God, we're going to sell so many tickets. It's going to be amazing. And then it launched, and I sold one ticket to Slowdown School. And I had already put down a deposit for Slowdown School for like 20 people. And I'm like, what is going on here? So I hired Jaime Masters, and she said to me, well, how did you sell that one ticket? And I said, well, it was my consulting client, Jeremy Sharp. He has the Testing Psychologist podcast. He's a really cool guy. He likes nature, but he wasn't sure. And we jumped on a phone call, and he's like, yeah, I'll do it. And she's like, well, have you emailed your other consulting clients and asked if they want to be on a phone call to see if Slowdown School's a fit? I'm like, no. It took her just saying, what just worked? Can we replicate that? So I sent an email out to all of my consulting clients, and then I sent an email out we had our list kind of segmented for larger group practices. And by the end of that next week, I had sold 20 tickets to Slowdown School at $3K each. That $2,000 an hour that made me shit myself that I had to pay her was well worth it. And sometimes having someone on the outside looking in saying, here's what I'm seeing, and here's where I see the potential, helps you implement in a much different way. So if consulting is something you're just interested in, find any of the consultants, find me, we can chat. You can sign up for consulting. If once you sign up, you're like, I realized I want to do something different or it's not a fit, we'll make it right. Also, maybe that's like a price point that doesn't work for you. So the Practice Academy, those of you that are in our membership, you may be like, Practice Academy, Next Level Practice, Group Practice Launch, Group Practice Boss. So we have rebranded it. We're in the final stages of it. That the Practice Academy is the umbrella term for all memberships with Practice the Practice. We found that it was very confusing to have all these different memberships. So the Practice Academy is the overarching membership community, and then within it we have different tracks. So we have Sustainable Solo Practice now, and that's for people that are starting and growing a solo practice. They're pretty sure right now a group practice isn't for them. After that, we have Group Practice Launch. That's for people specifically that are adding their first clinician and want to do that in usually a 6-month time period. That has a step-by-step, week-by-week video series that I just recorded last fall that comes into that, walks you through. And then Andrew and some of our other consultants are meeting every single Thursday doing Q&A, talking with you about how do you get that person hired. So we talk culture, we talk hiring, we talk offer letters. And then after that, we have our Sustainable Group Practice Program. So we call called that Group Practice Boss. Some people were like, that's not as clear as we want, so we are now calling that track the Sustainable Group Practice. So in there, we have Tuesday meetings that are live. We have different themes every single month. We have Nicole and Melissa and Andrew and myself doing different talks within there. And then on Wednesdays, we have kind of our general practice meetings as well. So we'll bring in different experts, and we've brought in like Dr. Julie Gottman and a number of other marketing experts or payroll experts. Really, we survey you, and I also find just guests on the podcast that I say, it would be really awesome to have you be an expert. They show up for an hour. You literally just can ask them questions. Some of them will have a presentation for 20 minutes. But the idea is that we want you to have access to experts just like these experts we've had here and even beyond and outside of our industry. So minimum, we have 12 live meetings every single month. We're continuing to grow our 7-figure practice club within that group practice, sustainable group practice program. We have more and more 7-figure practices that want to be in community with each other. And so we're building an arm where Sarah and I haven't even talked about this yet, but we're gonna give her live permission to be hosting specific 7-figure practice meetups within that program. So if you are a 7-figure practice, we are gonna require people in that to be a 7-figure practice to be able to be in there. So that would be joining that program. At the core of everything that we do, it's community and learning. That's where we started this entire conference. We started with that because community and learning is how humans think. You know, you think about all the different ways that humans learn, and it's in community, and it's through sharing information. We have a few things that we have for you. You're gonna get all the conference recordings if you end up joining our membership community or consulting. And then also you'll get a free ticket to next year. That was less excitement than I thought you'd be standing and minds blown. All right, so made it onto the deck again. All right, I forgot how many of those I had put into my own slide deck. They surprised me too. All right, so I want you to shut your eyes. No one's gonna touch you. Actually, wait, keep your eyes open because you're gonna need that for a second. So I want you to look around the room and find someone that's not me that has said something impactful to you during this conference. So look around the room. It may have been a micro conversation. It may have been a speaker. Look around, find your person, and you don't have to shut your eyes. On the count of 3, I want you to point to that person that said something impactful that you are just like, oh my gosh, that's amazing. So 1, 2, 3, point to that person. Look at all, it's like a web. So many great things. Okay. So we are going to go around with the microphone, and we're going to land this plane not with my talking about what Practice the Practice offers, but with community. To me, community is the best thing that we can develop here together. And I want to know who lifted you up, and did someone say something that just blew your mind, that you want to say, thank you for that. This is not an opportunity to say, I blew some people's minds. I remember I was talking about my practice, and everyone was like standing there, and their jaws were open. I really did an awesome job at the Group Practice Boss Conference. It's not time for that. This is the time to point to someone else and say, what you said just really helped me in some way.
I thought Jamie's talk was phenomenal, and we have a communications assistant, and I want her to watch the entire talk, the entire thing.
And I didn't say this, when you're saying it, if you see that person, say it to them instead of to me if they're in the room, and if not, that's fine too. But you know, to just have someone say, I appreciate, Jamie, what you said. So awesome. Other people that stood out to you. Yeah, Bob, right up here.
Being a technical geek, I mean, Kishan's presentation about the scribe, and more importantly, my private conversations with him have really inspired me. Because he solved a couple of problems that I've been playing with, and he's just a great guy. So.
Amazing, yeah. Thank you. I agree with the great guy thing. I'm gonna jump on that. He got me to tell like my whole divorce story to him, and it was very healing, and I appreciate that. You may not be a therapist, but you and AI are gonna make you a good support.
I'll second Jamie's presentation. Like I said, it really invigorated me to look at my marketing again. And make me happy about it. But I had a lot of holy shit last night after talking with Dan about the potential of selling my practice. So thank you, Dan.
Oh, right behind you, Naranda.
I told Melissa this earlier, but I'm still reeling from her spreadsheets that showed like even if your income might not change much or your clinicians, but the power of being able to then like hire 12 more with referrals.
Yes. Oh, over there. Miranda's getting in her steps. I just moved from over there.
Jill, I don't see you, but your slide that just said, would you work for you? Would you work with you? I think that's such a good reminder, and it's a simple thought that I think on our bad days, we easily forget.
Yes.
So I don't even know your name. Practice Solutions guy?
Jeremy Zog.
There we go. Okay, right.
Jay-Z.
So you told me that you can look up what insurance is paying all your neighbors, and that just blew my mind. So you guys should talk to Jeremy.
Jeremy's like, I should have got up on stage and said that one line at the beginning of this conference.
So Elizabeth, I think you sharing about the lifestyle business and really aligning it though with having it be something that you want to sell, and talking with Dan as well was amazing. And Jaime, everything you said just sort of clicked with all three of us back here in terms of some simple things that we can do to really improve our marketing. And Joe, you're just a rock star, so really appreciate you. Super grateful for all of this.
Thank you. Oh, in the back over there. You're doing great, Miranda.
Thank you.
Wait.
I wanted to shout out Jill and thank her for her presentation about the power of collaboration and community, and being here today with peers is really incredible. So thank you, Joe, for offering this as well, and thank you, Jill.
Here we are.
I second, all of the shout outs. I think all of the talks have been amazing, but one thing that I wanted to just really thank everyone here and you for putting this on is, as an autistic person, I often don't love these, and this has felt really good. It hasn't felt like there's been anybody who's like, ew, talking to people, and that environment, I think, can be difficult to create, and then I think that speaks to you and just all the people that are here. So, I just really appreciate that. I haven't, felt gross here.
Oh, good. Oh, yes, that's our tagline for next year. You won't feel gross here. It's funny. I saw a picture of Andrew, who he was down under the stairs in the kid area, just taking some alone time, and I was like, yes. And those chairs that you were seated on were my kids' chairs. They bought them from me. So, and that reminds me, and we'll take some more comments if there are more. You are going to be getting a survey sometime in the next week or so. Our team, we're going to refine it and talk on Friday about our own debrief of how to do better, what did we like, where were we inspired. But if there are areas that you're like, you guys missed the mark, or this population may have felt excluded, we never want that to happen. So we want you to be honest. We want you to say, next year, I hope you do this instead of what you did this year. If there's anything at all that is any feedback of how we can improve, we genuinely want to hear, because we want this to be an inclusive, open, affirming community that helps people feel accepted no matter what. So we do want to know that when we send out the survey, or if it's something you don't want in a survey, directly reach out to me. I'll give you my cell phone number. We can talk. But yeah, we just want to put that out there. Thank you for bringing that up. But just also want to say, if anyone felt the flip side, we'd love to hear about that too. Other things that people said that you'd like to share? No, I got this one.
Thank you. So this is for Miranda and Sarah and Sam and Claire. I'm trying to think. I don't want to leave anybody out, but I think those are the four that I talked to the most, and they were so amazing in helping me. All I had to do was be like, hey, and they were there. And Miranda, you rock, and I just, she gave me a hint, and everybody should clap for all of them. They're all amazing, and I just really am so grateful to have gotten to know them. Up to this point, they were only names on the bottom of an email. And it's really cool to get to know you. And I'm so thankful for all the input that you provided for me. Everybody, thank you.
Yeah, I got this one.
We, as a therapist, we taught to inspire our patients and bring the sense of hope when they come in the midst of the crisis. So for me, I just recently started with a group and a couple of weeks ago, and I feel a sense of hope that my singular practice can develop into group practice, and that's the wonderful feeling of not being alone and also be part of the community that has the same values as I am. Not only it's important to do the business, and I'm very, very focused on that right now, but it's also important to give back and have a sense of values, be part of something that you're building. So I'm really, really excited about that. Thank you for the community.
Amazing. You all are incredible. Just a couple things. I got to make sure I don't miss anything. I want you to just think about this next month. You can come to things like this and feel tired when you get home. You want to see your families, all those things, that you're going to feel. But I would love for you in some way to put in your calendar what you're going to work on. So it could be you think ahead and say, okay, today I feel exhausted, or tomorrow I'm going to feel exhausted after the flights, or most of you probably have early morning flights because that's how Traverse City works. Like the amount of 4 a.m. flights I've had is just insane. So if you see me somewhere in the nation, you'll know what I went through to get there. But think about when you're going to have the energy. Like, when will you have the energy to put into this? It may be next Wednesday. Put that in your calendar. It could be you block out 2 or 3 hours, go through the notes of Group Practice Boss Conference. It could be work on marketing next Wednesday. Figure out when you are going to have the energy, because what's going to happen is you're going to end up leaving here. You're going to be tired. You're going to go back to business as usual. And then you're going to find these notes in 6 months and be like, damn it, that was some good notes that I forgot to implement. We don't want that. We want you to take some action. So let me just look real quick to see if I missed anything. Look at us. We're doing great. Anything, team, that I'm supposed to have covered that I didn't cover that you can think of? No? Okay. We're going to end how we started. I want you to put your feet on the floor. We're going to end with just some deep breathing. So go ahead and just shut your eyes. And just let your heart feel like it has some gratitude for the last couple days. Take one more deep breath. And open your eyes when you're ready. That's it. Get out of here. No, just kidding. I'll see you guys at Little Fleet. We're going to be over at Little Fleet tonight, probably around 6:30 or 7. That's where the food trucks are. Anyone that wants to join us, would love for you guys to come there. We're going to leave up the picture wall out there if you want to get any selfies there, either with friends or with me. We'll be hanging out there. And thank you so much for being a part of the Group Practice Boss Conference.